Hello?
So good evening, everyone. Let us all rise for the Philippine National Anthem.
Bayang magiliw, pwes masilahanan, alab ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyan ka ng magiging, sa manlulupig, di ka pasisihin, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bukaw, manilang ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nanginginig. Ang bituin at kanan niya kailan pang may magdidilig. Lupa ng araw ng walang ipagsinta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Ang hinihaya na pag may mamapi, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
You may all sit down. So welcome to this year's convocation for the general election of the UP Law Student Government for the academic year of 2025 to 2026. I am Patricia Gadia, and here with me is Ms. Biaya Makaraig, and we will be your hosts for today.
Okay. Before we begin, let me explain the convocation rules. For this convocation, the candidates will be given 1 minute and 30 seconds each to present their opening spiels. Afterwards, there will be a question and answer portion specific to the candidates based on the questions submitted online, answerable for 1 minute. In the end, each candidate will be given 1 minute each for their closing spiels. Today, we will only be presenting the college-wide LSG candidates, representatives for Diliman and Iloilo, and also the USC candidates. Tomorrow, we will have the second day of the convocations in BGC to present the LSG candidates and BGC candidates.
And so for everyone present here today, you may still submit your questions in the ballot box outside in the registration booth. So you may submit this until before the start of the USC question and answer portion. So again, you can still submit questions. So these questions will be used for the unfiltered question and answer portions later. So again, you can still submit outside in the registration booth. So
Okay, before we officially kick off the event, let's hear a few opening remarks from the chairperson of the UP Law Electoral Commission, Andy Holandes Mencias.
Hi. So Dean Lelen I was hoping that she would be here. Hopefully she'll be here for the closing remarks. But in the meantime, it's just gonna be me making up stuff as I go. Hello to everybody who's here. Acknowledging the presence, by the way, of the other Consti Commission heads, Denelgo of BOC, First Magistrate Luis de Guzman, and President Match Narciso. Thank you all for being here to support the Elecom. Elections on Monday for the country, and elections on Thursday and Friday for us. And those are not unrelated things. These are things which start as early as the college. We can see that so many candidates come from the UP College of Law, and I think now is the perfect time for us to really embody that and understand what it means to hold our leaders accountable. So tonight we're going to be having a free-for-all question round, which hopefully a lot of you have been able to submit to, and hopefully really hear straight from the candidate's mouth why we should vote for them. I guess on a personal note, this is my last convocation as Elecom head. I guess with that, something that I told my batchmates when I had to send the message in the group chat was, I really hope that even for graduating students who are voting this year, I hope you realize that this process is not just a process that represents democracy. It's a real process that affects how we function as UP Law students. And that entails leaving the college a better place. And I hope that, with your engagement tonight and with your votes next Thursday and Friday, we can do just that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson Mancias. So now we will be calling the candidates to come to the stage and present their opening spells. Again, candidates will be each given 1 minute and 30 seconds to present their opening spells. So first, let us direct our attention to the screen for the video presentation of the the candidate for second year batch representative, Aline Milka Goysico.
Good evening, everyone. I am Elaine Milka-Chan Gasico from Block 1H, all in to be your second-year batch representative. The past year has been a massive adjustment, not just to recits, retention policies, or the pace of readings, but to law school life itself. For many of us, it has been a cycle of learning and unlearning, of pushing through pressure while quietly figuring out where we fit in. But as we enter our second year, I believe we're stepping into a different season. One where we're not just adjusting, but one where we're starting to take up space, explore more, shape what this law school experience could actually look like for us. And that's where I hope to come in. My vision is simple: to be all in for academic support, meaningful community, and for representing your voice with clarity, structure, and care. All in. A for ADAPT, law school's official welcoming and orientation program for incoming freshmen. While still keeping the essentials like the org booths, campus tours, and bonding sessions, we also would like to introduce something new: a timely expert talk on a pressing national issue, so that even from day one, students are reminded that law does not exist in a vacuum. It is shaped by and responsive to the world we're living in now. L for Law Help Desk, a centralized platform offering clear, student-friendly primers on academic processes, from dropping subjects, filing for LOA, returning from it, to understanding prerequisites or navigating late registrations. Built to reduce confusion, this initiative aims to make the academic system easier to navigate for everyone, not by replacing what blocks already do, but by complementing it with structure and accessibility. L for Lounge Sessions, which is a series of cafe-based gatherings designed to help us connect beyond our usual circle. With low-pressure activities like trivia nights, mystery games, or open jams, these sessions offer something we often forget to give ourselves: time to breathe, laugh, and just be with each other, even outside the weight of academics. I for Interlude, a mid-year batch gathering with food, drinks, and maybe even performances. It's not just a program, it's a pause, a one-night breather for the entire batch to reset and reconnect. N for Neighborly Check, a monthly randomized one-on-one check-ins with batchmates, informal but intentional conversations to surface concerns, gather feedback, and keep the pulse of the batch alive. This complements and not replaces formal grievance processes and ensures that no concern is left unheard just because it was not shouted or posted. Behind these projects is a leadership style rooted in quiet consistency and sincere service. I'm not the loudest in the room, but I care deeply about making systems work and helping people feel seen. I don't promise perfection, but I do promise in presence, accountability, and the kind of care that shows up even when no one's looking. Once again, I am Elaine Milka Changasiko, and I'm all in. All in for you, for us, and for the year ahead. On May 15 and 16, go all in with me too. Thank you.
Our next candidate will also be presenting a video, candidates rather. So these will be the candidates for Diliman Evening Representative, Arvin T. Cagape and Angela Encomendi.
Good evening, everyone.
Hi, I'm Arvin Vin Cagape from 1 Eve 1.
I'm Angela Ange Encomienda from 1 Eve 1.
I'm a Program Monitoring and Evaluation Officer of the Pambansang Pabahay para sa mga Pilipino program of the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development.
Institutional Partnerships Manager at Save the Children and Consultant at the World Bank.
Well, of course, as evening students, we have to show up to class, we have to prepare for our recitations, even if we just finished a full day's work.
This platform is based on what you told us. These are the problems that we live with, and this is the plan that we'll act on.
That is why, as part of our general plans of action and in partnership with the IVP, we will be scheduling Zoom advising sessions in a time slot that will work best for our 5th year evening students.
This is why we want to establish a permanent evening community pantry that stocks essentials like snacks, light meals, water, coffee, hygiene items, and school supplies.
This is why we hope to launch Midnight Library, which is a partnership with the College of Law Library, with student organizations and faculty for regular crowdsourcing and uploading of study materials, including commentaries, reviewers, and audio summaries, as well as the instructors' preferred materials.
This is why Vin and I want to reintroduce daily vacant classroom sheets for evening study use, increase the opening hours of commons during exams, and look into partnerships with late-night cafes and even co-working spaces.
And in support of our graduating evening students, we hope to launch a short evening-oriented OLA and CLEP orientation for our 5L evening students to make sure that our 5th year graduating students will make the most use and will be ready in anticipation for the last year in the College of Law.
This is why we want to keep the evening community updated on advisories, events, deadlines, and more through our existing communication channels and strengthen our liaison with block representatives.
Under our engagement and special projects, we will coordinate with SJV to have bar buddies which will last from the start of the semester for our graduating students and to make their lives easier as they prepare for the bar.
This is why we want to pilot an evening carpool network for students traversing common routes. This is why, in cooperation with SJV, we want to make sure that there are opportunities for evening students to eat and rest during Gabihan, that Eve Week will be even better based on this year's evaluation, and boost bar ops, destinations, and adapt community support.
Ang pangarap ko para
Para sa evening students ay maging sustainable at empowering ang pagiging working law student.
mapatunayan na hindi dapat maging hadlang yung mga sistema na mayroon tayo upang matupad ang ating mga pangarap
Para sa sarili, para sa pamilya,
na maging mga abogado para sa bayan. Everything that we've said is on our platform. Malinaw, detalyado, at kung ano ang kinakailangan natin.
We've lived with the problems, and we came up with a plan. Sana samahan niyo kaming buuin ito.
Samahan niyo
Po kami.
your evening reps
Your evening reps
and your service.
So we'll thank them for that video. And so now we will call on the next candidate who will be presenting via Zoom, the candidate for Iloilo Representative, Rain Charles Magpayo. You guys can look there. Mr. Magpayo, can you hear us? Can you hear me?
Okay, I was expecting like a screen for the timer.
Okay,
there it is.
thank you.
Good evening. Okay. Good evening. I am Rachel C. Magpayo from UP Law Iloilo, the sole and independent candidate running to be your LSG Iloilo representative. Like any election, so much is at stake. The decisions we make will ripple through our experience as law students because representation is it's not just about having a seat. It is about having a voice that truly listens and acts. It is therefore paramount that we ask the right questions today from our candidates. For the LSG is not merely a springboard towards selfish interests, nor a mere extracurricular activity, but an institution meant to uphold our collective welfare, to protect our rights, and ensure that no student is left behind or unheard. Two things that are important right now: moral integrity and organizational experience. This is the kind of leadership I offer. As a former chairperson of the Student Council and a local youth leader in Northern Samar, I have long believed that leadership is not about titles. It is about taking responsibility, showing up for your people, and making the difficult decisions with fairness. Whether it is negotiating for student welfare, organizing community programs, or standing up for the marginalized, I have always led with the values of service, accountability, and a heart. Kaya naman, let's make it rain in Iloilo. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Magpayo. So for our next candidates, we will be calling on the candidates for third-year batch representative. The first candidate would be candidate Luigi Carlo Judan. Sorry.
Magandang gabi, UP Law. Goods ba kayo dyan? Goods na goods kay Judes Judan. Ako si Judes, tumatakbo bilang one of the third-year batch representatives. And as a batch representative, my goal is to be fully able to represent the interests of the batch as well as to address their concerns. But most importantly, to bring the batch closer together. Kaya dun tayo sa goods na maaasahan. Goods sa ACADS, goods sa serbisyo, at goods sa alaga. Goods sa ACADS dahil alam naman nating lahat na ACADS ang priority ng lahat sa law school. Kaya dapat natutugunan at nasusuportahan ang mga academic needs ng members natin, lalo na pagdating sa pag-introduce ng mga town hall sessions para masiguradong walang may iwanan. Goods sa serbisyo. Goods sa serbisyo dahil the primary duty of a batch representative is to be able to bridge the gap between the batch and the admin. Pero mas malaga na malinaw at malaya ang ugnayan sa pagitan hindi lang ng batch at ng LSG, pero natin sa isa't isa. At huli, goods sa alaga. Hindi madali maging UP Law student. Pero as a batch, marami na tayong pinagdaanan sa 2 taon natin sa Malcolm. 2 years. Diba? Sabi nga nila, malayo pa, pero malayo na. What better way to go through our third year than by going through it together? Hindi lang sabay-sabay, kundi sama-sama. Dahil doon, maraming salamat. Muli, ako si Jude Sudan, naniniguradong all goods kay Judes. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, candidate Judan. So now let us call on the next or the other candidate for third-year batch representative, candidate Aaron Riel Chan.
Let's change the game! Hello everyone, I am Aaron Chan running as your third year batch representative. So we already know the common concerns of this campus, grades natin, Wi-Fi, and all those things, no? And as your third year batch representative, my goal is to be able to be a proactive member of the student government. And how exactly are we going to do this? First, change in our campus. We want to create a system where we are able to directly address student needs. I will be joining the Basic Services Committee of the LSG to be able to directly attend to the needs of the third year batch. Next is our welfare. Student welfare is a second committee I will be joining. And I do think that it's really, really important that we're able to bridge the gap between the admin and talagang kung kailangan mangulit, ako na yung mangungulit. Next, channeling our voice. I do think that as a batch, we should be able to interact more and really create accessible forms of being able to meet each other, no? Hindi lang puro inuman yan, magkaka-quiz nights tayo, karaoke nights, or like really something that everyone can take part of. And lastly, destinations. That is, yun yung main project ng third year batch representative for this campus, and we really want to create the best opportunities for everyone. We will invite more people and really be able to create a good experience for everyone. So again, let's change the game, and hoping you can join me as my partner to change this campus. Thank you.
Thank you, Candidate Chan. Let us now call on the candidate running for fourth year batch representative, Candidate Paulo Macasaet.
Hi guys. Good evening, UP Law. I am Paolo Macasaet from Block 3GI, your senior batch representative, and I believe that through my past experience in council and organization work, and with all of you, we'll be all set for the upcoming school year. All set kay Paolo Macasaet. All set. S-E-T. Student Services, Engagement, Transparency, and Accountability. S. Student Services. Alam natin na marami tayong haharapin na pagsubok sa senior year. Kaya naman, visibility on concerns will be increased through weekly block checkups with block representatives. There will also be a batch telegram server wherein students can send their concerns in real time. We'll also introduce the 2026 Games, a casual sports and wellness league for the batch, together with in-person and online bonding activities such as batch parties and game nights. E. Engagement. No one can and should lead on their own. Kaya naman, ilulunsad ng senior committee wherein volunteers from different blocks will help in our senior batch projects throughout the year. This will include committees on GradCom, GradBall, Yearbook, and student concerns. T. Transparency and accountability. Accountability will be promoted through regular batch fund transparency reports to be posted in our batch group chat. Student services, engagement, transparency, and accountability. All set kay Paolo Macasaet. Thank you, and I look forward to hearing all of your questions later.
Thank you, Candidate Macasaet. Let us now call on the next candidate running for Public Relations Officer, Candidate Jose Manuel Dumandan.
Let's get things done. Good evening, UP Law community. My name is Jose Manuel J.M. Dumandan, running for your next Public Relations Officer. So every student deserves to be in the know every time and any time of the day. As such, I'd like to propose a public relations that is 1, pro-student, 2, proactive, and 3, professional. Pro-student, information reaches you clearly and on time, and with the Loganizer calendar, we will not just be including all of the key events and of UP Law in one place, but we'll also be providing a more accessible and efficient means of communication that can reach all students through the establishment of email blasts. And we'll also be creating feedback forms to ensure that students like us have a space to be heard in real time. Next, proactive, we will be revamping the physical bulletin boards of our college so that we can ensure that we can include monthly accomplishments and highlights, not just of UP Law, but also legal happenings outside of the college and outside of the campus as well. Lastly, we should be professional. So as part of the upcoming student government, we will make sure to increase trust and transparency in the student body by having the Malcolm Minute publications that break down into detail all our initiatives and actions moving forward so that no student is left in the dark. So if you need someone to communicate for you, I'm here for you. Once again, this is JM Dumandan. Let's get things done with JM Dumandan. Thank you.
Thank you, candidate Dumandan. Now let us call on the candidates for running for treasurer. So we have two candidates. The first one we will be calling is candidate Armand Drake Matias.
Hi, good evening everyone. I'm Armand Drake Matias, running to be your next LSG treasurer. I am a certified public accountant with real-world working experience in public service. I serve as an accountant in a government, and I'm ready to bring that same level of integrity, care, and professionalism to the LSG. I'm not here just to manage the numbers. I'm here to make them work for you. If elected, I'll focus on three things. ADM. A for accountable leadership, where we'll make sure that every fund is accounted for and explained to the student body. By transparent financial services and smart financial planning, we'll make sure that the budget is practical, effective, and responsive to the UP law community. D for driven income generation, where we'll make sure that the IGPs are creative, inclusive, and sustainable for the UP law community. And lastly, M for makabagong pananaw, we'll make sure that there is real-time fiscal transparency and open communication. Real-time fiscal transparency entails that there is an active live link where you, the student body, can check the finances of the LSG. And open communication to ensure that you have the avenue to offer your feedback and comments to the LSG. Lastly, I'm Armand Drake Matias, running to be your next LSG treasurer. Thank you.
Thank you, candidate Matias. Now let us call on the other candidate running for treasurer, candidate Lamberto Mercado III.
Good evening, everyone. I am 3D Mercado from Block 3GI, running to be your next LSG treasurer. Now, my vision is simple: an empowered UP law community supported by a student government that maximizes its resources in order to provide well-funded initiatives. And how can I bring my vision to you guys? Through the 3Ds. Disclosing financial information useful for your projects, diversifying income sources to provide you guys with services to meet your specific needs, and through deals with partners that will inure to your benefit. However, I cannot achieve this vision without your support. So together, let's get that 3D with 30. Again, I'm 3D Mercado of Block 3GI, running to be your next LSG treasurer. And I look forward to all of your questions tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, candidate Mercado. Now let us call on the candidate running for the position of secretary, candidate Cassandra Camille Quaresma.
Good evening, UP Law. My name is Cami Quaresma and I'm running to be your next LSG Secretary. Sa taong ito, dito kami sa LSG na maaasahan. With our campaign, #DitoKami, we really envision an LSG that is proactive, accountable, and responsive to all of your needs. And through this, we can connect all of you guys to the LSG by making sure that you guys are more involved in our GAs, agenda settings, and of course through our Sec Committee volunteer corps. Apart from this, we aim to assess and advance all of your needs through our preliminary survey forms, and of course by having evaluations in order to make sure that the LSG is always data-driven. And of course, as the head of the Basic Student Services Committee, we aim to maintain and maximize all of your needs through continuing with our staple events such as Kapihan, Books on Loan, and the Sec Cabinet, and introducing the hashtag SecHub, which is basically like a resource repository which you guys may need in your day-to-day lives here. And lastly, we have Inform and Inquire. Of course, we aim to inform all of you guys about any updates regarding your concerns through our minutes, calendars, and of course our primer, which we aim to release as well. So tonight, I really hope to show you guys that passion is truly one of the things that that service rather is always in one of my passions, and I hope to continue this passion with all of you guys. And once again, my name is Cami Corasma, running to be your next LSG secretary. Thank you.
Thank you, candidate Quaresma. Now let us call on the candidate running for external vice president, candidate Samuel Alfonso Escueta.
Good evening, UP Law. My name is Sam Escueta, and I'm running to be your next LSG External Vice President. As EVP, I envision a law school community that is united and collaborative with themselves and with others. I have 3 points to my mission. Firstly, A, strengthening student unity. I want to give us all opportunities to connect outside of the classroom with regular and inclusive sports and wellness events. I'm going to organize courts of law in the first semester and use that as a springboard to organize better for our representations in external sporting events like deal games and conflicts of law. Secondly, A, amplifying collaboration. As the EVP, I would also be the convener of ACLO, and I will use that position to engage and make sure that ACLO is a revitalized space for collaboration between organizations. I'm going to streamline its organization with a shared Google Calendar, push for an ACLO community mixer, and encourage as much as possible the creation of new organizations. Lastly, I'm going to maximize partnerships. I'm going to utilize the position of UP Law as one of the best law schools in the country to reach out to the wider UP and law communities and ensure that we have an active, credible, and visible voice in everything that we do and that we are represented on the local and national level. Thank you. And once again, I am Sam Escueta, your EVP. Thank you.
Thank you, candidate Escueta. Now let us call on the next candidate running for internal vice president, candidate Jose Argana.
Sa sistemang gumagana, sigurado ka kay Argana. Isang masaganang gabi, UP Law. I'm Jose Peregrine Japs Argana, still ready to serve and now aspiring to be your next internal vice president. Para sa isang sistemang gumagana, ano nga ba ang ating magiging approach? Simple lang, 3 letters, IVP. I, integrated. One of the main roles of the IVP is to serve as the coordinator between the central board as well as the college registration committee. Yung mga problema natin pagdating sa enlistment, yung mga Zoom advising, tutugunan natin with pro-student policies. Next, V, value-laden and value-adding. Isa pa sa mga roles natin as IVP if ever would be to head the Students' Rights and Welfare Committee. And para dito, susuportahan natin yung mga initiatives ng other members of the Central Board. Hindi lamang dito, mag-i-initiate din tayo ng Student Emergency Fund para kapag kailangan nating tumugon sa mga nangangailangan natin na kapwa-estudyante, meron tayong pagkukunan. And finally, P, personal. We also recognize our role within the Central Board as the main organizer and coordinator in assistance to the President. So, yung welfare ng bawat member, sisiguraduhin din natin. Basta't para sa UP Law, we will Japs do it. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, candidate Argana. And finally, let us call on the candidate running for president, candidate Maria Micaela Coruña.
Good evening, UP Law. I am Kyla Coruña from Block 3J, currently your LSG secretary and now running to be your next LSG president. So I know it's 7 p.m. right now, so kaya pa ba, UP Law? When I stood before you last year, I said, kayang-kaya with Kyla. And now I say, kayang-kaya pa with Kyla. And how will we do this? It is through a UP law that is not only connected, a UP law that is connected with one another. Connected sa LSG, connected sa isa't isa, connected sa admin, and connected sa outside world. So connected sa LSG because we want to ensure that the LSG actually responds to your problems. So for example, you need student spaces. Our pet project will be a newly renovated student lounge. Connected sa isa't isa because we want to strengthen the internal ties in the UP Law community. How will we do this? We will bring back Malcolm Madness. Connected sa admin, which is the most important thing. We will continue the monthly meetings with the dean, and we will bring back the lost tradition of having student representation during faculty meetings. And lastly, connected sa outside world. We want to ensure that we are not only trapped inside the four corners of Malcolm or BGC or Iloilo. We want to make sure we step outside. Thank you, UP Law.
Now that we have heard all our candidates, let's give them a chance to address the questions submitted by the UP Law community. To repeat the mechanics, each candidate to whom a question is addressed is given 1 minute to answer the question. When the question is directed to all candidates, we will follow the order of the spiels made earlier. Should the question be directed to candidates affiliated to a Greek org, kindly state your affiliation first. May we request the slides for the questions? We will begin with questions from the question form, so we will also show a screenshot of the question. First question, for the past 3 years, we've repeatedly heard promises like we plan to include Iloilo in more events, yet no substantial or recurring activities have taken place. What specific projects will you implement that guarantee UP Law Iloilo's inclusion, and how will you ensure they are executed within your term? This question is directed to candidate Argana.
Thank you very much. And we do acknowledge the sentiments being raised in this question. Before anything else, in the past 3 years, perhaps this year we've also started as the Liman Evening Representative to include them in our evening week. And hopefully we bring this same practice of always including Iloilo and BGC campuses in our initiatives. Now, as IVP, we are going to initiate town hall meetings with our constituents. And these town halls will be targeted for these specific campuses. So one, for Iloilo in a regular manner, because we understand that their situation may be different, considering that they only hold online classes and they are yet to have a more solid campus wherein they can hold their events. So any support that we can give, we will also provide. For instance, in student spaces and also in the grievance forms that we will be releasing. So hopefully this addresses that sentiment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Candidate Argana. For the next question, this question is directed to Candidate Coruña. Many student government initiatives are demand-centric, despite UP Law having campuses in BGC and Iloilo. What structural reforms or budget allocations will you push to ensure support for BGC and Iloilo-based students? If there are, have there been any consultations with students from those campuses before crafting such platforms?
In my platform, to be connected sa isa't isa and connected sa LSG, this is including all 3 campuses. So that's Malcolm, BGC, and Iloilo. To answer your question, even as LSG Secretary, I ensured that my projects would be forwarded into these 3 campuses. So I pioneered the kapihan sa Iloilo. We also ensured that while there is kapihan in Malcolm, there was also kapihan in BGC. So we want to extend this should I be elected as your LSG president. I want to ensure that all of the concerns in all 3 campuses are forwarded and responded to actively by the administration. Additionally, there have been consultations with individuals from BGC and Iloilo, both from the day programs and the evening programs, because truly we want to ensure that everyone is connected. Thank you.
Thank you, Candidate Coruña. Next question to Candidates Coruña and Candidate Magpayo. What concrete steps will you take to include the UP Law Iloilo in school-wide events beyond online participation or maybe even as collaborators or hosts?
Candidate Magpayo can start.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. One of the primary reasons why we are unable to conduct events here in Iloilo because of we lack the manpower to be able to execute all these events and initiatives. That is why one of the first projects or initiatives that I have in mind is for the establishment of the first ever UP Law Iloilo Volunteer Corps. This is to make sure that we will already have a set of people who will work on the ground here in UP Law Iloilo. Because the reality is here in Iloilo, there are only 2 LSG there are only 2 LSG officials or members who are present here in Iloilo, which are the LSG representatives. Which is why, with the establishment of the volunteer corps, we can extend this to include all students in the UP Law Iloilo to be able to contribute to the conduct of any events or initiatives here in Iloilo. Thank you.
So in my platform, I mentioned that we have to be connected sa LSG. This specifically pertains to ensuring that our volunteer corps program that has already been started and initiated this term is continued. So this goes across to the Iloilo campus as well. But additionally, we want to ensure that the Iloilo campus is also connected to us in a way where they will also be able to perform their own events. So how will we do this? By prioritizing Destinations 2026, it will not only be a Malcolm or BGC initiative, but we will also bring it to Iloilo. We know that there are also lawyers and networks and organizations that should be accessible to the Iloilo students in their own campus. So we will mobilize the Iloilo campus as well, so they have the same opportunities as the other 2 campuses. Thank you.
Thank you, candidates. So for our next question, this is directed to candidates Coruña and Escueta. Do you think it is important for UP Law students to lead movements in and out of campus? Has UP Law led in previous years? And if elected, how would the LSG be more active on these matters? Candidate Escueta, you may go first.
So, firstly, as part of my campaign as EVP, in terms of maximizing our partnerships, I want to increase the position of UP Law. I want to maintain its position as one of the best law schools in the country by making sure it's represented and a leader both on the local and national level. So by reaching out to the wider UP community and to the wider law community with the ALSP and other organizations like that. Now, I believe that UP Law has always been a leader in cultivating social movements, in cultivating socio-political rights, especially in regards to the rule of law, to our democratic institutions, and to the rights of the marginalized. And I want UP Law to continue to do that, and I want to do that even more so by, for example, increasing the amount of statements the LSG makes and increasing our partnerships with external organizations. Thank you.
Yes, it is important for UP Law to lead these initiatives outside of Malcolm and outside of UP Law. And that's precisely why in my campaign, I highlighted how important it is to be connected sa outside world. Here we include that we will continue our active participation in matters outside of UP Law. But primarily, I want to highlight that we will remain committed to our identity as a scholar ng bayan. So what does this mean? That we will continue our active participation in the USC, and also we will be more proactive in making statements. With regard to the last LSG being leaders in these movements, actually we did release multiple statements on critical national legal issues. However, we believe that we can propel this even more by actually mobilizing our students to be part of this conversation through consultations. Thank you.
Thank you. The next question is directed to candidate Matias. Given that your opponent is Apologies for that. The next question is towards candidate Dumandan. During your room-to-room campaigns, you failed to mention your qualifications and experiences regarding pub making and designing. How can you assure the student body that you will be the one spearheading and crafting the publication materials and statements of the LSG?
Okay, thank you for that. So I'd like to clarify that I'm quite confident when it comes to my skills on spearheading the publications and captions of the upcoming LSG. With regards to both my work and organizational experience, when it comes to work, I'm currently working as a communications consultant with acting as a liaison between government agencies to coordinate when it comes to meetings and create, to simplify complex narratives that are informative, and also to make sure that it can reach the right audience. I've also communicated with embassies and different corporations in order to engage in youth policy work. And when it comes to organizational experience, I've headed the academic committees and the education and research committees of my undergrad orgs, which I've had a very good hand in when it comes to spearheading timely statements and also helping in layout design. So I know that I can really contribute, and I'm quite confident in my skills when it comes to publications and captions making. Thank you.
Thank you. For the next question, this question is directed to candidate Matias. Given that your opponent is a certified public accountant with demonstrated expertise in financial management, how do you plan to address potential concerns about your lack of formal accounting qualifications and ensure the responsible handling of the law student government's funds?
Okay, thank you for the question. I think the question is wrong since I'm also a certified public accountant and I'm actually from the evening community, so I have real world working experience in public service. I serve as an accountant in the government, and with that, in the government, accountability is not an option. Accountability is the standard. And so that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you. To reiterate, these questions are from the online question form. Okay. Next question. To candidate Dumandan, you resigned from your position in PALS and CPAG just after 5 months in the post, and just a few weeks after the issue with Alvin Magno's undisclosed affiliation in the USC. Additionally, after your resignation, you were suddenly spotted for the first time wearing your APB shirt within the NCPAG grounds. Is this because you were afraid to experience the same criticism Magno went through due to your undisclosed affiliation with your fraternity when you were still an undergraduate?
Okay, thank you for that. So I've never really hidden my affiliation, nor am I ashamed that I'm affiliated. So to clarify, I'm affiliated with the Alpha Phi Beta. So let's start off with that. So I had resigned back then due to personal issues that were happening in my household, to which I also explained with my the fellow board of directors, which led to my eventual resignation. And as such, even during my term, even with my committee members, I was actually already open with the fact that I was affiliated. Nor did I ever see the reason for hiding it. So I'm not afraid to face the criticism that Alvin had faced back then, since I know there's a greater responsibility of when it comes to people who are affiliated with Greek letter organizations. I know that I'm okay with that. I think it's better to face that, and we need to be responsible for it, and we need to earn people's trust through actions and not just by our words. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for that answer. So for our next questions, we would just like to inform everyone that these next questions are already the ones prepared by the commission, and we are already done with the ones from the Google form. So our next question, this is directed to candidate Argana. Student spaces are already limited, yet the Learning Commons is being used every now and then for events, even without prior announcement. As such, sometimes students come to school to study only to see that the commons is unavailable. How would you represent the students to the admin in relation to this issue?
Thank you very much for that. Please allow me to begin with a firm statement that our student spaces are called student spaces for a reason, and dapat estudyante lagi ang nauuna. Now, to address these concerns, one of the ways that we will approach this is through constant communication with the college authorities. The LSG this year has been conducting monthly meetings with the Office of the Dean, and we will make sure that we are present at these meetings to be informed about the current status of these student spaces. Will they be used for particular events? Because while we do understand that UP Law is trying to make a name, if ever needed, for itself as one of the strongholds for legal reform and legal research, it should not come at the expense of academic learning, of our pursuit for excellence. So we will also come with longer-term solutions, such as student-centric policies, so that we are informed of these changes and we are part of decision-making. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next question, directed to candidates Coruña, candidate Quaresma, Escueta, and Argana. As sitting LSG officers, how would you rate your own performance this academic year? And assuming you will be elected, how would you rate the performance of your predecessor? We begin with candidate Quaresma.
First of all, I would rate myself an 8. Despite only coming in a little bit later in the year, I believe that I did my mandate. I answered the call, and I helped all of our batchmates and with their different concerns, especially with regards to registration and the like. However, I would also give myself an 8 because although these things were happening, it still came at the expense of trying to adjust in the middle of the year. So with this, we created the hashtag Batch Hub, and this, which I think really helped our students alike. And in line with that, I would rate my predecessor also. I would rate her 9. With this, I've actually worked with her under the SEC committee, and I've seen really how much she's how hardworking she is. And with, as I mentioned, Batch Hub, we also aim to do the SEC Hub.
Candidate Escueta.
If I'm being honest, I'd probably rate myself around an 8 out of 10 as well. I believe I hit the ground running as a first-year batch representative and moved to always make sure that my constituents were represented, especially because all of us were really new and starting to just immerse ourselves in the College of Law. And further on, I was also able to immerse myself in different committees of the LSG, the Sports and External Affairs Committee, where I was the deputy head for conflicts of law, as well as the Public Relations Committee, where I helped spearhead some of the current LSG statements. How would I rate my predecessor if I'm elected? I'd probably rate him a 6 out of 10. I believe that he had a great many good ideas and plans, but there were some mistakes and organizational and logistical missteps that I believe that I can bring in, that I believe that I can rein in with the passion and dedication that I've had as a first year batch representative, that I can step up beyond that and help make sure that the
Candidate Organa.
Thank you very much. As Diliman evening representative, I would give myself also an 8 out of 10. Coming into the position as a first-year student back then, we made two main promises. First was that evening students won't have to go to class famished. So we had the initiative of the community pantry, which we are proud to say was able to be pushed through. And although there are points for improvement, we also hope that it could be institutionalized by the upcoming evening representatives. We've also given our all in assisting students with registration concerns as a batch rep and working with the other BRs as well as the IVP to address all these. Now, as for the current IVP, I would give him a high 9 out of 10. He has been very hands-on with addressing the concerns that we raise. Even at 1 or 2 a.m., he would be ready to answer despite all the circumstances. And with that, I am very proud to carry on whatever legacy he will leave the LSG.
Candidate Coruña.
As the LSG secretary, I would rate myself a 9 out of 10. When I stood before you last year in my campaign, I made promises, and I am proud to say that I have delivered. I made sure that basic services was accessible for everyone through the cabinet secretary, through books on loan, and also through Kapihan. And we were able to do this through all 3 campuses. Also, we were able to make sure that everyone was well informed of what was happening inside the CB. And also, we were able to ensure that the CB was working well internally in terms of its files and organizations. In terms of my predecessor, I would rate President Narciso a high 9 out of 10 as well. I was very privileged to work closely with her as her secretary, and she was able to build very good relations with the administration. And she was also able to show me how important it is that the president is responsive to all members of the central board. Very hands-on, and I hope to continue.
Thank you very much, candidates. Now for our next question. This is directed to candidates Matias and Mercado. As per the latest financial report, the LSG has hundreds of thousands in funds. How do you plan to utilize said money to improve the condition of the students? We may start with candidate Matias.
Thank you for the question. First of all, under A, accountable leadership, we would ensure that there is smart financial planning, that the budget would be practical, effective, and responsive to the needs of the UP Law community. This would help us for D, our driven income generation, such as collaborative fundraising initiatives that would not only include those in Diliman, but also in Diliman, BGC, and Iloilo. Mainly about this question, really, it's not just in the hundreds of thousands, it's in the million. It's a 1 million peso budget right now. And with me, as someone that handles more than a million, hundreds of millions in public service, you can be assured that this would be taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you. Candidate Mercado.
Hello, thank you for the question. Yes, the financial statements of the LSG shows that its fund has hundreds of thousands of pesos. However, this is segregated into the different batches or allocated to the different batches. Now, one way we can utilize these funds is by coordinating closely in terms of budgeting with our batch reps or with the different batch reps. It's up to their projects, and it's up to the batch reps and how they implement their projects and what they think their constituents needs, what they think that their constituent needs in their projects and in their needs, so that we can implement all these all these funds. We can utilize all these funds correctly. So thank you.
Thank you. The next question. Again, directed to candidates Matias and Mercado. You are fighting for the only contested law-wide position. What do you have that the other candidate does not? Candidate Matias?
Thank you for the question. We're both CPAs, but I'm the only one with real-world working experience, and that is in public service. So you can be rest assured that being accountable for me is not just what I say or what I present to the student body. It's what I work with every day. It's what is demanded from me at work. It is what is demanded from me to survive in law school. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So what do I have over Arman is that I am the former treasurer of the Bar Operations Commission. Now, as being the treasurer, I was able to serve a specific population of the UP Law student body. I was able to understand the different needs and the different activities of the students. Now, given the opportunity to run as the LSG treasurer, I'm able to provide my experiences and my services to a bigger community. So you can count on my platforms, such as the student card, to provide different benefits to the UP Law student body by partnering with different establishments, as well as providing more useful financial statements posted in the UP Law Community Hub. This can be used for their different projects. These notes to the financial statements are more useful because they can be used as a comparison tool and a negotiation tool. Thank you.
Thank you, candidates. Now for the next question. This is directed to all candidates. Kindly answer this without any context and give us your answer. Who would win in a fight, the entire UP Law student community or one guerrilla? Let us start with the representative for candidate for the Iloilo Day representative. Candidate Magpayo.
Can I have the question again?
The question is, please answer without any context and just give your answer. So who would win in a fight, the entire UP Law student community or one guerrilla?
I believe that it will be the entire UP Law community.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I forgot. May I clarify? Do I need to provide context or explanation
No,
to your answer?
it's okay, it's okay. Thank you for your answer.
All right.
Next, let us hear from the representatives for the candidates for third year batch representatives. Candidate Chan.
UP Law Community, UP fight!
Candidate Judan.
Can I give a qualified answer? It would be the guerrilla kapag midterms or final season.
Next, let's hear from candidate Makasaet.
Same with the previous candidate, qualified answer, the UP Law community. However, if the one guerrilla is King Kong, then the guerrilla.
Let us hear from the candidate running for Public Relations Officer, candidate Dumandan.
My answer would be the UP Law community kasi kung horsemen nga kaya natin, guerrilla pa kaya.
Let us hear from the candidates for treasurer, candidate Matias.
The entire UP Law community.
Okay, thank you. Candidate Mercado.
I always believe in the UP Law community.
Let us hear from the candidate for secretary, candidate Quaresma.
I would answer the UP Law community at any time of the year through providing 24/7 basic student services. Thank you.
Let us hear from the candidate running for external vice president, candidate Escueta.
Considering what I saw at conflicts of law, the entire UP Law community.
Let us hear from the candidate running for internal vice president, candidate Argana.
Siguradong sigurado na UP Law community dahil lahat tayo dito may gana.
And lastly, let's hear from the candidate running for president, candidate Carunya.
Siyempre, the UP Law community, kasi kung connected tayo sa isa't isa, we can take on a guerrilla.
Thank you for your answers. Next question. The next question is directed to candidates Chan and Judan. During this year's destinations, significant logistical challenges arose. including the event being postponed due to an admin conflict, creating complications for volunteers, students, and participating firms. As the presumptive DESTI heads, how do you plan to prevent this from happening again? Candidate Chan?
Thank you for that question. So there's actually two prongs to this concern. No? First and foremost is we would be making destinations a much earlier planned event. Specifically, what I actually commit is kapag nahalala ko, gagawin ko na agad yung Google form for core team applications kasi I think that's really essential. No? We're able to form the team early on so that we're able to coordinate our concerns and really be able to build that bond as a team. The second aspect of that is, of course, gagawin nating mas maaga yan. We've had some concerns, for example, yung OSG internship and I think yung QT law internship wherein like 1 day or 2 days na lang tapos submission na. So that's one thing we don't want to have in the future. And of course, no, gusto na natin maunahan yung mga atenista when it comes to opportunities. So of course, that's the reason that we want to make it earlier. So yeah, those are the two things, setting up the team early and setting a much earlier time frame as well for destinations. Thank you.
Thank you, Candidate Judan.
So again, similarly, thank you for the question. To respond, similarly, it will have to start with preparing for destinations much earlier than how it went through the last year. Destinations is a big event. It's an event that ideally as well is handled by third-year batch representatives, but is actually open to the entire UP Law community. So key to that as well is, apart from starting earlier, it's involving the entire UP Law community. As what Aaron said, it's bringing in the volunteer corps together as early as we can, and then also assuring that in coordinating with the partner firms that we go through and try to address the issues that arose from last year's destinations.
Thank you, candidates. And for our next question. Okay, sorry. This is again directed to candidates Chan and the candidate Judan. Third year is a notoriously difficult academic year for most law students. Given that you are blockmates, how will you balance your duties despite having the same block schedule? If you do not have the same block schedule, how will the more delayed candidate adjust? We can start with candidate Chan.
Okay, so for that concern, just to clarify, we do not have the same block schedule. So right now, for example, si Pro tinatake ko, si Judes is taking Crim Pro, and I do believe iba din yung subjects next year, like may sales siya and succession. I'm not sure what the complete process is, but no, we do not have the same schedule, and I do think that that will not be a hindrance moving forward. And with regard to having, I don't know bakit ganyan yung sinabi niya, but essentially what we want kasi to build here is the system of saluhan. We want to be able to help each other out kasi essentially we're just one UP Law community. Hindi na dapat tayo maghintayan, and I think when one third-year batch representative can do something, that person can just step up. And I think that's just one aspect we need to build as a community na talagang nagtutulungan tayo and really just be able to reach out to each other's concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. From candidate Judan.
As what Aaron has said, yun nga, mag-iba kami ng schedules. I'm a bit more delayed than he is. But with that, yeah, it really is establishing that culture of saluhan, not just between us as batch representatives if we are to be elected, but it's also within our batch and in the entire UP Law community. We're both committed to serving the exact same constituents, and we are both committed to prioritizing their interests and to addressing their concerns. So with that, it's really a lot of working together. It's a lot of collaboration and clear communications between the two of us.
Thank you. Next question. Directed to candidates Matias and Mercado. In some LSG-led events, student volunteers had to spend their own money to purchase necessary items for the program, as the LSG would only reimburse them afterward. How do you plan to address this issue to ensure the financial burden does not fall on the volunteers? Candidate Matias.
Thank you for the question. Well, this could be addressed by my one of my platforms under accountable leadership, which is smart financial planning. I believe that there's really 5 P's to it. Proper planning prevents poor performance. And so by ensuring that there is a budget in place that would make sure that this is already covered, then these problems would not arise anymore, this late actually. And also, under M, makabagong pananaw, there would be a real-time fiscal transparency. Therefore, the students could see the funds, and so they could actually see how much fund is handled by the LSG currently, anytime, anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Candidate Mercado.
Thank you for the question. So how do we avoid these kinds of transactions? So first and foremost, you need proper budgeting and proper planning. And one of the things, or my platforms can do, is to help find sponsorships as well. So through sponsorships, we can avoid unnecessary costs or reduce the costs at least. Second, one way we can also address this is through proper disclosure of financial information. My other platform is to help provide notes to the financial statements, which can be used as a tool for collaboration and for comparison. So we can help avoid also unnecessary expenses as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Now for our next question. This question is directed to candidate Coruña. The USC's UP Fair caused a number of problems for the Malcolm students this year. There is no candidate for the law representative to the USC. Assuming you are elected as president without a law representative, how will you deal with similar issues should they arise?
I understand that there is no candidate right now for the law rep to the USC. However, if elected as your next LSG president, I will continue what has happened before there was a law rep to the USC, which is that I will sit at USC as the ex-official member, as the ex-official law representative to the USC. Now, how will we address the concerns happening when it was UP Fair? So I understand that this was coming from sound checks happening as early as 7 a.m. and it timed perfectly with our midterm examinations. So we will ensure with the USC that there is proper scheduling and that this schedule is actually followed. Because while we want to ensure that the UP Fair goes on, because we all want to enjoy as well, we don't want this to hinder our legal education. So we will ensure that there is proper scheduling and coordination on all accounts. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question. Directed to candidate Makasait. You are the sole candidate for the 4-batch rep position. Like all other seniors, you will have the burden of studying for the bar and your classes, on top of helping fix those concerns for your batchmates, together with GradCom concerns. What are your tangible strategies to mitigate and manage the workload?
Hello, thank you for that question again. So I believe I can put it through two things. First, in my past experiences as in council and organization work, and second is through collaborative project building systems and transparency with the students. So first, my experiences, I've had experiences in handling a bigger batch, a constituency than my supposed constituency should I win 4th-year batch rep. The second one is it relates to my platform. So I plan to have collaborative project building systems such as the senior committee, which will include volunteers from different blocks in order to help do the legwork with me for the different projects of the senior batch. This is also coupled with the project of weekly block checkups with block representatives so that we may filter those important projects and prioritize the energies of not only myself, but also the senior batch. Thank you.
Thank you. So for our next question, we will be giving the candidates only 30 seconds to answer this, since all of you will be, this question is directed to all of you. So the question is, what is your opinion on Dean Darlene Berberabe's recent nomination as an Associate Justice of the Supreme Court? Let us first hear from the candidate for Iloilo Day Representative, Candidate Magpayo. Candidate Magpayo, I will repeat the question just in case you don't have it there. Can we start the timer again for a while? The question is, what is your opinion on Dean Darlene Berberabe's recent nomination as an Associate Justice of the Supreme Court?
Thank you. Actually, this is the same words that I was going to say to Dean Darlene Berberabi if ever I was elected LSG rep for Iloilo, that before we commit or we take on other more commitments, I do hope that we fulfill more our commitments here on the ground in UP Law Iloilo, especially that, for example, UP Law Iloilo is still in the Zoom, we still don't have tables and chairs, we still don't meet our professors and many more issues. So sana yun yung tutukan natin, hindi yung other commitments. Yun lang.
Thank you so much. Now let us hear from the candidates for third year batch representatives. Let us start with candidate Chan.
First off, I'm really happy for Dean Berberabe. May susunod na kay Justice Leonen sa court. But I think lang before she takes that role, if ever she is elected, I do hope that she leaves like a tangible mark in the college, like something she can say that this is something that has been completed in her term and this is something that she has established in this term. So I think that's just a tip. I mean, who am I to comment on something about the dean? But she has to leave something on the campus so that the students will remember her. And once she becomes a justice, like we can really look at her and all.
Next, let us hear from candidate Judan.
I think it will be a cause for celebration for the UP Law community, but at the same time, it also leaves a lot of gaps. Primarily because there's a lot of obligations still to be had in the UP Law. There's a lot of issues to be addressed, especially when it comes to Dean's presence here. But hopefully, before she does that, before she gets nominated, these things are things that can be addressed, and that hopefully, whenever we get elected as the LSG, these are things that we can work with together.
Thank you. Let us now hear from the candidate running for fourth year batch representative, candidate Makasaet.
Thank you for that question. While I appreciate the Dean's nomination and the chance for another UP Law Dean to become an Associate Justice of the Supreme Court, I agree with the other candidates that there should be a fixing of the issues in Malcolm first. Because UP Law is a smaller constituency than the whole Philippines. So I believe that the Dean should address first issues such as the spotty Malcolm Wi-Fi, the problem
Thank you so much, candidate Makasaet. And we apologize na nawala yung mic ng konti. Next, let us hear from the candidate running for Public Relations Officer, candidate Dumandan.
Thank you for that question. So I support the nomination of Dean Berberabe. As with all the other candidates, she's there for a reason due to her qualifications. However, I still do hope, as well as with the other candidates, that we can still communicate with her during our term regarding the issues experienced by the students of Malcolm, such as the spaces and the Wi-Fi and every other issue that's faced by our students right now. And in order to be included in our Malcolm Minute publication, so that we can end her term at least with a transparent and trustee term for the students. Thank you.
Thank you. Let us hear from the candidates for treasurer. Let us start with candidate Matias.
Thank you. First of all, support to the dean, but I think that she should not forget the primary constituents that she has, which is us, the UP Law community, and that she should first focus on the issues here at home, like study spaces, lack of study spaces, and the problem with Wi-Fi. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let us hear from candidate Mercado.
Thank you for the question. First and foremost, I would like to congratulate Dean Berberabe. For me, before she leaves or goes into this commitment, parang nasasayangan ako because we've built such a good relationship with her. She's been very helpful in making salo all the expenses of the different organizations. When I was BOC treasurer, she was able to reimburse some of our expenses, and from what I understand, she also helps the LSG in these different disbursements. So before she leaves, I hope she continues making an impact. Thank you.
Thank you. Let us now hear from candidate Quaresma.
So I understand this is something that recently happened, but of course, we still have to be prepared for any changes that may arise from this particular nomination. Of course, we still want to maintain open and close communication with the dean, especially when it comes to different student concerns, because first and foremost, as the LSG, our mandate is first with our students, and hopefully we can carry this mandate to the dean and help solve the current problems that we have, despite the different changes that may be happening in our admin. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let us hear from candidate Escueta.
First and foremost, I think I think the nomination calls for a mood of reflection to reflect on what the office of the dean has done, whether we agree with it, whether we disagree with it. But I also feel like it is a chance to be excited because the Judicial and Bar Council, when looking for an academic to put on the Supreme Court, look to the UP College of Law, and that just showcases that no matter what difficulties or hardships we face, we embody excellence in everything that we do. Thank you.
Thank you. Let us now hear from candidate Argana.
Well, to start, we're quite happy with the news. And to be a bit more candid, online, meron tayong Pinoy Pride. Pinoy mentioned, dito naman UP Law mentioned. So, nung narinig natin yung balita, of course, ayun nga, meron tayong gladness for Dean Berberabe. But also, there's also that panghihinayang na meron tayong mga initiatives dito sa UP Law that could still be furthered, and should she be given the chance to serve as the next Associate Justice, sana hindi makalimutan yung commitments na yun at higit sa lahat yung values as a
Thank you. And lastly, let us hear from candidate Coruña.
We wish the Dean the best in her endeavors outside of the UP College of Law. However, how will this impact the college? So I have a mandate regarding connected sa admin, and this will not stop even if the Dean changes. So we will continue our good relations, we will continue our good communication, and we will continue to endeavor this in order to ensure that the new Dean will also be responsive to student needs. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Next question. Next question is directed to candidate Dumandan. The Facebook group, UP Law Community Hub, has been effective so far in being an avenue for information dissemination as it involves not just current students, but also alumni. Should you be elected, how can you ensure effective engagement in the information and posts in the group?
Okay, so we are already aware of the good system of communication set up by the incumbent PRO, Sir Kyle. So if I'm elected as the next PRO, I'll ensure that this system of communication continues. And it continues in not just a way that gives students the timeline of events, but also it really highlights the spaces that would be occupied when it comes to informing students about these events, such as, for example, we can know when the commons will be occupied so that we can also plan in advance, which is why we also want to further utilize the social online space that we have. We want to expand the UP Law Community Hub, not just as an online space, but also through other means as well that can reach all students, because we're aware of the problem that not everyone is able to go online despite its effectivity due to work or the business of law school, which is why we want to fully utilize it as well through the creation of email blasts and other ways of information dissemination. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Just to note, we are returning back to 1 minute for the answers. So the next question, this is directed to candidate Quaresma. So in the past, elected LSG officers promised a manual or a central database of sorts for various forms and information needed for law school. However, none has ever actually been created or at least promoted well enough to serve its purpose. How do you plan to centralize these forms, contact details, and other information so that they could be easily accessible to the UP Law community?
So with regards to this question, actually as the incumbent second-year batch representative, we have created the batch hub. Although this is a batch hub that's only available to the second years, it is almost exactly what we want to forward in our sec hub. So in this batch hub, it's been disseminated to our fellow students. Nandun yung mga directories ng lahat ng campuses, not just within UP Diliman. We also have the different events and initiatives of the LSU which are readily accessible to them, which are also in line with what the SEC provides. But with regards to this, on a more wider scale, we want to also utilize the LCH and the other batch representatives in creating our SEC Hub, which is going to be even more expansive. Aside from contact details, we'll also have the different processes, the different prerequisites of every subject, in order to make sure that your stay here in UP Law is really something that's a little bit smoother with this particular service. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Next question, directed to candidates Coruña, Argana, Escueta, Cuaresma, Matias, and Mercado. There is a group in Telegram which consists of independent volunteers that feed or cause the spaying, neutering of cats around Malcolm. While they thrive on their own and, as stated, are independent, what kind of assistance do you think you can lend to them for this initiative? We begin with candidate Mercado.
Thank you for the question. So one of my platforms is definitely the UP Law Student Card. Through this, we can partner with different establishments that, for example, they provide food for pets. So we can partner with this establishment to provide discounts for this kind of community. Thank you.
Candidate Matias.
One of my platforms is collaborative fundraising initiatives where we partner with student orgs and local businesses to help include them in the to help the UP Law, and for the UP Law also for the UP Law community to also help them back. So I would say that platform would help in that regard. Thank you.
Candidate Cuaresma.
So I'm actually also a part of this volunteer group. Although I'm not particularly active, I do really admire the dedication that the people who really take care of our cats and dogs in Malcolm have. And through this, I always see different problems, like kunwari, who can take care of this particular cat kasi kailangan siyang ispay or neuter or may sakit siya. With this, we can, as the LSG, we can cascade this down to our batch representatives, to our batches, so that we can make sure that there's wide dissemination so that they can be helped. Apart from this, they also have different donation pools that they have within this particular Telegram group. So apart from that, of course, we can, as the LSG, maybe we can also have initiatives to help our cats and dogs in Malcolm, but also open these donation drives also to our students. So thank you.
Candidate Escueta.
I'm actually really excited to answer these questions because just earlier today I talked to a member of Attorneys at Law, very cute name, and we talked about the possibility of getting their group, their group accredited as an organization under Electoral, and that's something I really want to push for here in the UP Law community, considering I see just how important organizations are in connecting students with each other beyond the classrooms. So as convener of Electoral, I will push to give the students the tools they need and to ease their access to making sure that these organizations that they build from the ground up are able to become accredited members of ACLO to join the current 23 members. Thank you very much.
Candidate Organa.
Before a gruesome recitation or after some deadly quizzes, it's just so nice to see the fluffy cats around Malcolm. And what's even better is to know that there are groups very dedicated to the care of these fellow beings. And it's part of student welfare, being able to have access to such stress relievers. So the volunteer corps under the IVP for STRAW can be mobilized in terms of helping out this particular group. If they need manpower, then they can also reach out to the office of the IVP. Next, another initiative that we have is the Student Assistance Fund. And the Student Assistance Fund won't be just limited to, say, calamity response, but also in case of DLSU PUSA, we have some sort of insurance for students who were scratched by the cats. So if ever this is needed, then we will be ready to provide that same assistance. Thank you very much.
Candidate Coruña.
Alright, so I'm also aware of this group of students who have volunteered to take care of our cats in Malcolm. And while personally I'm more of a dog person, I do really admire the work that they do. And actually, as secretary, we're able to help them as well, and we want to continue this. So how did we do this? First, we want to ensure that there are certain student facilities that are accessible to this group. Even if they are not a formalized member of ACLO, these are still students and we still want to be connected to them. So we gave them a locker in the student lounge. This is where they kept the cat food. This is where they kept certain medicine for the cats as well. And now also, we could extend even the use of the LSG room in terms of keeping these things so that it's easier for them to access. Also, it was a past LSG project actually to have POS involved here in Malcolm. If you remember the dogs here. So we can continue this also and have them extend this partnership to the volunteers as well. Thank you.
Thank you. So for our next question, this is directed to candidate Dumandan. You recently did not succeed in your bid to become a magistrate for the student tribunal. Can you explain this, and why do you believe running in the law student government would be a more viable option?
Thank you for that question. So last semester, I did apply to become an evening magistrate, but I had a co-candidate with me who's my blockmate, Ate Karen. So she's the evening magistrate right now. And yeah, back last semester, I wasn't really, the student tribunal was the org that I really wanted to join the most since I was interested in the judiciary. So I wanted to experience it. But however, even if I didn't succeed, I learned that there's self-growth in learning about the different opportunities here in Malcolm. And with communication being care, especially as the next public relations officer, I've learned that, I've realized with the help of my blockmates that I can help in also making a change by striving for an environment that is able to communicate more with the students. And I felt that as the step that I could take is to run as the next public relations officer. Yeah, so it's really a really huge self-development, character development on my part. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question. Directed to candidate Escueta. One thing promised time and time again by candidates has been the accessibility of law-specific psychological services. Assuming you are elected into the role which handles external partnerships, how do you plan on making psychological services available? If not, why are you deprioritizing something long needed by the law community?
Thank you for the question. No. So firstly, as EVP, yes, it would be my duty to do my best to have external partnerships, and I would essentially target increasing ties with organizations in and around UP that deal with psychological and mental aid, no? And I know as law students, no, we go through stressful times. We are extremely exposed to some stressful conditions. And I would firstly work not only with these external organizations, but also to better coordinate with STRO, the current LSG committee dedicated to making sure our law students maintain a good mental health and well-being. No, so in doing so, I hope that I'm not deprioritizing anything, but rather I'm just organizing with.
Thank you so much. The next question is directed to candidate Makasaet. Some students believe electives should be an opportunity for law students to explore unique and interesting fields of law, and that bar review should instead be outsourced to the UPBRI. Others believe bar review subjects save students time and effort for their bar review. Which of these two schools of thought do you fall under?
Thank you for that very interesting question. Well, I do think that both schools of thought are valid and that people have their own interests or they just want to prepare for the bar. Personally, I'm more of the bar review kind of law student. I want to front load everything so as to make my time during the bar review season easier. This is why, for example, in my platforms, I plan to have everything front-loaded so that the senior batch will have an easier time executing these platforms. For example, the senior committee at the start of the SEM will already be having the committees for GradCom, GradPol, and Yearbook, so as to make our lives easier. So to connect it with our bar review next year, I'd also want to front load everything so as to make the experience as smooth as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question. The next question is directed to candidate Magpayo in Zoom. Yeah. The question is, do you believe UP Visayas should be considered a completely separate UP law unit similar to San Beda Menjola and San Beda Alabang? Or is the current setup that, like BGC, it is an extension of Diliman enough?
No, I do not believe na maging separate yung UP Law Iloilo from UP Diliman, and that na maging like separately completely under UP Visayas. I already feel like it's if we do separate from UP Diliman, we will be having a different system, a different quality of professors, and a different quality of teaching law in the grand manner. So I do not want to compromise that. And right now, all is good between UP Visayas and UP Diliman. UP Visayas hosting us, providing us with their classrooms, although there are still a lot more to be addressed in terms of them, in terms of limiting or providing the extent of how UP Visayas welcomes UP Law Iloilo here in UP Visayas. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. But the next question is also directed to candidate Magpayo. So the question is, at the moment, the plans for Iloilo students to move to Diliman are currently up in the air. As Iloilo Day Rep, how do you plan on addressing this for your fellow students?
Right now, that discussion is meron ganung discussion because of hindi available yung what is supposed to be available for UP Law Iloilo students as well. Which is why, if it's not available for us, we look to be able to go to Diliman as well, to go to Manila, to be able to achieve the same opportunities as the students there in Diliman, na ma-achieve din ng mga students here in Iloilo. So of course, if ever I become LSG rep, as I already said in my community, na I will be very assertive that that the dean should commit or fulfill her commitments to the UP Law Iloilo to make sure na hindi na namin need pumunta ng Diliman. So for example, yung OLA opportunities dapat naki-clear out na siya. It should have already been established as of now na available pala yung OLA program here in Iloilo, but right now it's up in the air, di ba, na discussions. So yun, I will be very assertive on that na make sure na andito na sa Iloilo, hindi na sa Diliman. Thank you.
Thank you. To clarify, as understood by the candidate, the previous question pertains to graduating students. The next question, still for candidate Magpayo. Okay. Next question, do you believe the intensive learning system works?
Yes, I do believe na it works, although we prefer na we fully have our professors here in Iloilo. But right now, we do admit that the reality is hanggang intensives lang kami. Pero of course, we do need to improve the intensive setup. Na hindi lang siya yung parang 1 week lang, gano'n, tapos saalis na naman yung professor, hindi na namin siya mamimit ulit. So we do prefer longer time, longer opportunities with our professors. Kasi as compared to Zoom, we do have a lot more retention when we are able to face our professors in person than that if we the same as having the same pressures in a classroom setup. So yes, the intensives setup is improving, but there's still a lot more work to do. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now for the next set of questions, we will be giving the candidates 30 seconds. And to clarify, when we say to the left, we are talking to the stage stage right. So on the other half. And then for the right side, it would be this. So for the candidates sitting on the left side, the question is, kung PBB housemate ka, ano ang dahilan bakit ka ma-evict? So let us start with Candidate Chan.
May evict ako kasi maingay ako. Like, I just want, to make my opinion known to people, and I do think that if something has to be changed, it has to be changed. And I think that's the reason I also run for batch rep, kasi I've seen what could be improved in this campus, and I really just want to take part of it. So I think that's the reason, talagang medyo mabokal ako kapag may mga issues, and that's the reason I might get evicted. Thank you.
Next, let us hear from, okay, thank you. Let us hear from Candidate Makasaet.
If may evict ako sa PBB house, it would be masyado akong outspoken against kay Kuya and the tasks na pinapagawa sa mga housemates. So personally, I believe that I believe in fighting for what's right. So that means fighting for what's right in the PBB house or the UP Law community. So for me, I would be too outspoken and too loud in fighting for the rights of my co-housemates. Thank you.
Next, let us hear from Candidate Mercado.
Thank you for the question. If I were to be evicted from the PBB house, it's because pakialamero ako and maybe I'm an oversharer. Because as a treasurer, it's important to be transparent. Thank you.
Next, let us hear from Candidate Organa.
Housemates? Siguro kung ako ay may evict sa PBB house, ito ay dahil gagayahin ko din yung boses ni Kuya. Baka may maprank tayo na akala pinatawag siya sa confession room, pero hindi naman talaga. But other than that, siguro yung sa rice cooker din, yung makipag-agawan kasi may certain kind of sinaing na preferred. But of course, we're always willing to work with compromises para on another day, yung mga klaseng sinaing naman yung maibigay natin.
And lastly, from Candidate Escueta.
Honestly, I'd probably empty out their budget for food. I'd probably spend every day cooking new food, sinigang for all the housemates every day, and they'd probably get sick of me. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, candidates. Now for the next question, directed to the candidates on the right. So the question is, anong weapon gagamitin mo sa suntukan sa Ace Hardware? Let us start with Candidate Coruña. Ay, sorry.
I do not believe in violence, but if needed to engage in the suntukan sa Ace Hardware, I think I would use the hammer. I would use the hammer because I think that would be very effective in a suntukan. Unfair advantage though, but yes, hammer. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, let us hear from Candidate Quaresma.
As an anti-violence advocate, I think I would use, not really a weapon, I would use duct tape and duct tape everyone who's trying to fight me and and try to talk it out na lang. I cannot deal with violence, guys.
Okay, thank you. Next, let us hear from Candidate Matias.
I also don't support any form of violence, but I would just use my hands kasi that's what it says, suntukan, diba? So, thank you.
Next, let us hear from Candidate Dumandan.
I'm also against violence, actually. My frying pan is hardware. I'm gonna use that if fair and man. So at least, the best offense is a good defense. So I'll just cover myself, tas tatakbo na lang ako. Okay?
Thank you. And lastly, from Candidate Judan.
I also do not believe in violence, but I agree with Candidate Matias that in the plain interpretation of the invitation, it is a sundukan. Therefore, I will only use my fists. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now for the next question, directed to the candidates on the left. The question is, what happened, Bella? Let us start with Candidate Chan.
Okay, I'll be honest, I'm a complete Philistine in these things. What happened, Vela? I'm here! Nandito, kandidato ako ng LSG and sana iboto niyo. Thank you.
Thank you. Next candidate, Makasait.
What happened? Oh, hindi ko alam yan kasi Team Edward ako eh. Yun. So, kasi I believe na na Bella was all set with Edward. Just as the fourth year batch is all set kay Paolo Makasait. So, again, thank you for that wonderful question.
Thank you. Next,
Thank you for the question. I was too busy preparing for these elections to understand this meme. So, wala akong masyadong sagot. Thank you.
candidate Argana.
What happened, Bella? Why are you crying again? And perhaps Bella is crying again kasi nahirapan siya dun yung student registration. May enlistment problems din siya. Kaya lahat ng ito, tutugunan natin. Pero sana si Edward, hindi din naman siya pinaiyak, di ba? But that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Next, candidate Escueta.
It was a vampire. And what is the vampire in this situation? The vampire in this situation is not being able to, I didn't say it funnily enough, I can't do the accent, sorry, but I would assume that the vampire in this situation would be not being able to connect with fellow students outside of your block and outside of your batch, which is exactly why I want to strengthen student unity in the UP College of Law. Thank you.
Thank you. And lastly, to the candidates on the right. The question is, why are you crying again? We can start with candidate Coruña.
I know, vampire, right? So I'm very aware of this. Even though I am also Team Edward, I think if it was Team Edward versus Jacob of Showtime, parang Jacob of Showtime, sorry.
Next, candidate Quaresma.
Why are you crying again? But when it comes to this, I'm actually the opposite of her. I'm Team Jacob because I will always ask students in need why they're crying, and I will try to solve their problems through my plans. Oh.
Thank you so much, candidate Matias.
Why crying again? Probably kasi 1 week pa lang, ubus na yung allowance niya. So with me as your treasurer, I'll make sure that we could plan this finances together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, candidate Dumandan.
Why are you crying again? I know, vampire, right? So I guess Bella's crying because she wasn't really informed of the events in Malcolm ahead of time. So there's miscommunication on her end with Edward. So as your PRO, we'll make sure that everything is always communicated to you in time. Thank you.
Thank you. And candidate Jodan.
Why are you crying again? Is exactly the questions you want to answer sa batch representative. Kaya sa kumustahan sessions, yun ang mga pag-uusapan natin. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And let us also give candidate Magpayo a chance to answer. So, candidate Magpayo, why are you crying again?
Sensitive topic. Yan tinatanong nila sa akin sa inuman. Why are you crying again?
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much to all of our candidates. So meron pa? Oh, sorry, meron pa palang next question. Akala ko we're done crying eh. Okay, sorry. There's no more questions. So that concludes the question and answer portion round for the LSG candidates. Again, you will still have a live Q&A round later for questions from the audience and questions from the ballot box. So again, thank you to all of our candidates. In the meantime, you may leave the stage for a while and take some time to rest, and we will be moving on to the next part, which will involve the USC candidates. Thank you so much.
Okay, pwede na yan. Hello? Go, go, go. We now proceed to the next part. The LSG general election runs concurrently with the general elections of the UP Diliman University Student Council. As such, in order to get to know the USC candidates, we have invited them in our convocations today. Before we introduce the candidates for USC, we would like to issue the mechanics. Councilors will have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak, while standard bearers have 2 minutes each. Questions addressed to candidates must be answered within 1 minute 30 seconds each. For the USC candidates who could not attend today, they were given the option to send a 2-minute video. Please direct your attention to the screen for the first video submitted by Alianza.
Hi everyone! Mula sa UP Alianza, ako si Inigo Panghulan, current Children UPD convener, now your USC counselor.
And hello everyone! Ako si Chloe Antonio, your former USC counselor, now your USC vice chairperson.
Sa 25 years natin sa UP Alianza, naranasan na natin ng mga panalo at mga talo. Pero lahat ng iyon, napagtigumpayan natin ng sama-sama.
Kaya for this year, iba't ibang proyekto ang ating isusulong. Number 1, ang pag-strengthen ng ating networking at relationships to the local college councils para mas magkaroon tayo ng coordination with the law student government, of course, and para ma-reach out namin kayo, magkakaroon talaga tayo ng strengthened partnerships with them and of course, better relationships. Number 2, ang pag-revive natin ng All Leaders Conference, whereas it will serve as our avenue and our platforms, again, to coordinate our projects and different partnerships para mas malakas ang ating campaigns and of course, our different initiatives. And number 3, in order to make it more campaign-based, we will be consulting with the UP Los Baños Student Council para makita natin how do we make UP Fair more advocacy-based. And of course, we will ensure that mas affordable ang ating ticket prices. Ayan, lahat ng ito ay kaya natin gawin pagkat sama-sama tayo ang UP.
Muli, mula sa UP Alianza, ako si Inigo Panghulan na to. I am Inigo Panghulan, current Children UPD convener, now your USC counselor.
Ayun, guys, may tanong ako. Sino pinakamaganda? Chloe? Chloe! Ako si Chloe Antonio, your former USC counselor, now your USC vice chairperson.
Thank you. Now we have presented the video sent by the candidates. We now proceed to the opening spiels of the present candidates. We begin with the councilors, followed by the USC Vice Chair, then the USC Chair. We will allow one candidate for councilor, Amanda Chanis, to go last, given that she will be presenting through Zoom. So Amanda Chanis will go after the USC Chair candidate, since she will be on Zoom, while the rest are present here today. So we now call on the candidate for councilor, Alyssa Alano.
Nagmula sa bulwagang Palma, pinanday ng kalye ng Menjola, at ngayon nagbabalik sa konseho, ako po si Alyssa Alano, ang current chairperson ng League of Filipino Students UP Diliman, konsensya ng bayan, aktivista, anti-imperialista, ang inyong susunod na Basic Student Services Counselor. Sa ating General Plans of Action, layon natin patuparin ang tatlo nating vision. Sa una, plano natin ikampanya ang higher state subsidy. Sa ngayon, meron tayong 2.08 billion budget cut. Pero actually, maliit na parte lang ito ng ating budget deficit dahil every year, nagpropose tayo ng around 40 to 50 billion, pero 50% lang ang nabibigay dito. So kasabay ng ating budget campaign, ikakampanya natin ang una, expansion and institutionalization of PsychServe. Pangalawa, ang expansion din ng health services sa Depo. At pangatlo ay ang institutionalization ng fieldwork assistance. At kasama rin ng ating budget campaign ay ang pangangampanya para sa mas maraming third spaces. Sa ganitong itsura na napakainit at tumataas ang heat index, kinakailangan natin ng mga conducive learning spaces, ng mga conducive org and academic tambayans para sa ating mga scholar ng bayan. Muli, ako si Alyssa at laging alalahanin, mag-ala no to budget cuts dahil tayo ay Alyssa para sa higher state subsidy.
Thank you. You may now proceed sa stage here. Yeah. Kindly sit here sa fourth Thank you. Okay. Thank you. The next is the candidate for councilor, Moira Emmy Alfonso.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Janina Moira Emmy Alfonso, currently a counselor from the College of Social Sciences and Philosophy Student Council, a member of Saligan sa CSSP, now your Community Rights and Welfare Counselor. Sama-sama po nating ipaglaban unang-una ang Emmy na marapat na serbisyo sa tao. Ikalawa po ang Emmy ni mithi na University of the People. At ikatlo ang Emmy numulat na kaisipan tungo sa masa. Ipaglaban po natin unang-una ang pag-junk sa Dilimol contract, ang pag-assert sa spaces ng ating community at mga manininda, at at the center of it all, pag-consolidate at pag-assert na mas kalampagin pa po natin ang ating campaigns as one UP community. Muli, ako po si Emmy, ang inyong Community Rights and Welfare Counselor para sa paglilingkod na hindi Emmy lang, kundi tunay kayong Emmy na mahal. Thank you po!
Thank you. Kindly sit here sa second chair. Next is the candidate for councilor, Nimra Gonzalez.
Ang isang kolonyal, komersyalisado at represibong kultura. Ako po si Nimra Gonzalez, incumbent Cal Rep to the USC, isa pong cultural worker mula sa Katribu, UP Diliman, at ang inyong susunod na USC Counselor for Committee on Organizations, Fraternities, and Sororities na nagpapanday ng isang nimradikal na konseho. Sa isang nimradikal na konseho, papandayin po natin ang serbisyong nimradikal na nasusulong sa serbisyong pampubliko at ang kolektibong aksyon sa nimradikal na kampanya. Muli, ako po si Nimra Gonzalez mula sa Katribu, UP Diliman, mula sa College of Arts and Letters, nagpapanday ng isang nimradikal na konseho.
Thank you very much. You may now go on stage. Please sit sa 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th seat. Thank you. Next is the candidate for Councilor Maria Fatima Mendoza.
Isang maalam na pagbati sa ating lahat. Ako si Maria Fatima Mendoza, Incumbent Education and Research Officer of the CSWCD Student Council and the Secretary General of Kabataan Party List UP Diliman, ang lokal na chapter ng una natatanging tunay na boses ng kabataan sa Kongreso. Bilang isang scholar, atleta, organisador at babae, kasama niyo ako sa pagtaguyod ng mga demokratikong kahilingan at interes ng mga marginalized na grupo dito sa UP Diliman. Tayo ay nakikiisa sa mga kampanya ng mga komunidad. Kailangan natin ng isang tunay, palaban at makabayang konseho. Kaya kasama natin ang mga kandidato ng Laban Kabataan Coalition para magkaroon ng konseho na Fatima makikinig, Fatima magpapalakas at Fatima makikiisa sa kampanya ng mga scholar ng bayan. Kaya naman muli, ako po si Fatima Mendoza, inyong yours truly, USC Counselor.
Thank you very much. You may now go on stage sa right side ni Councilor Gonzalez. Thank you. Next is the candidate for Councilor, Verwin Ver Nunez.
Serbisyong very good, very maasahan kapag kay Ver, covered kayo dyan. Hello po, magandang gabi po sa ating lahat. Ako po si Ver Nunez, mula po sa College of Engineering, ang incumbent ESC chairperson at mula rin sa Agam Youth UP Diliman. At ang inyong susunod na USC Safety and Security Counselor. Sisiguraduhin na sa lumalalang krisis ng edukasyon, banta sa ating karapatang pantao, pati rin ang pasakit natin ng Remeng Marcos Duterte. Covered tayo sa aktibong pagtugon ng ating konseho sa mamagitan ng mga quick response teams, pati safety and security help desk. Bukod dito, covered din dapat tayo bilang kolektibo upang sama-sama nating mapagtagumpayan ang ating mga kampanya, pati na rin matugunan ang ating mga suliranin. Sa pamamagitan naman ng mga consolidation efforts, capacity building workshops, paralegal trainings, pati social services para sa ating mga organizations. At panghuli naman, kailangan na covered tayo sa pagiging handa sa lahat ng mga sukunan na ating kakarapin. Dahil bilang ininyero ng bayan mula sa science and technology sector, nararapat na tayo ay handa sa pag-reinforce ng ating DRM framework, pati rin sa pagkakaroon ng hazard mapping sa loob at karatig lugar ng ating pamantasan. Muli po, ako po si Vern Nunez, Incumbent ESC Chairperson mula sa Agam Youth UP Diliman, ngayon ang inyong USC Safety and Security Counselor. Laging tandaan na kapag kay Ver, covered kayo dyan. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much. Please sit beside candidate Mendoza. Yes. Okay. Next is the candidate for Councilor, Romer Publico.
Hello po. Gutom na ba kayo? Gusto nyo bang kumain? Pero paano tayo makakakain kung ang mga bilihin natin ay nagtataasan na, pero yung mga magsasaka natin ay binabarat naman sa kanayunan? At bilang mga scholar ng bayan, paano nga ba tayo makapaglilingkod sa sambayanan? Mula sa masa, tungo sa masa, ako po si Romer Publico mula sa College of Engineering, aktivista mula sa Katribo UP Diliman, at ang inyong USC People's Struggles Committee Counselor, Romer unang makikibaka para sa pampublikong plataforma. Bilang inyong USC Counselor, itataguyod po natin at sisikapin natin gawing operational at sentro ng iba't ibang panawagan ang People's Struggle Committee upang magkaroon ng iisang daluyan ang bawat panawagan ng iba't ibang batayan sektor ng ating lipunan. Ang mga magsasaka, manggagawa, maralita, kababaihan, pambansang menorya, dahil naniniwala tayo na ang panawagan ng iba't ibang batayan sektor ng ating lipunan ay hindi nalalayo sa ating mga scholar ng bayan. Bilang tayo rin naman ang dapat naglilingkod sa sambayanan. Muli po, ako si Romer Publico, Romero unang makikibaka para sa pampublikong plataforma at ang inyong USC People's Struggles Committee Counselor. Maraming salamat.
Thank you. You may now go on stage. Please sit beside candidate for Councilor Alfonso. Here. Thank you. Next, may we now call on the candidate for USC Chair, Joaquin Wax Buenaflor.
Ayan, bakit nga po ba lumalaban ng mga kabataan? Lumalaban tayo dahil alam po natin kung ano ang deserve natin. At ang deserve natin, konsehong swak sa paninindigan, edukasyong swak sa kagalingan, gobyernong swak sa katapatan, at lipunang swak para sa taong bayan. Ako po si Joaquin Wax Buenaflor, Incumbent USC Basic Student Services Counselor. Ngayon, kasama ang Laban Kabataan Coalition, tumitindig bilang inyong susunod na USC Chairperson. Bitbit po ng Laban Kabataan ang 4-point kabataan agenda. Unang-una, laban kabataan para sa dagdag na pondo sa edukasyon. We believe that education is a right and hindi po dapat ako compromise yung mga basic student services and spaces. Kaya naman po naniniwala tayo if we expand the budget for education, mag-expand din po ang basic student services, ang spaces, at matututulan po natin ang commercialization, privatization sa ating pamantasan. Pangalawa, laban kabataan para sa alternatibong politika ng paglaban at pag-asa. Kasabay po natin ang national midterms elections. Bitbit ng Laban Kabataan Coalition ang 10-point youth agenda ng Kabataan Party List at ang adhikain ng Makabayan Senatoriables sa darating na eleksyon. And number 3, Laban Kabataan para sa taong bayan. We believe that bilang mga scholar ng bayan, bitbit po natin ang democratic rights, ang mga panawagan ng iba't ibang sektor ng ating community. And lastly, Laban Kabataan para sa genuine student representation. Hindi po dapat napuputol yung sistema ng representation na napagtagumpayan na ng student movement. So we believe that dapat fully constituted and functioning ang University Student Council. So muli, ako po si Joaquin Wax Buenaflor, Incumbent USC Basic Student Services Counselor. Now, kasama ang Laban Kabataan Coalition, tumitindig bilang inyong susunod na USC Chairperson. Kasama nyo sa pag-achieve ng serbisyong SWAC kay Wax. Let's do it together po, serbisyong SWAC kay Wax. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you. You may now go on stage. Katabi po ni Candidate Gonzales. Yes, okay. Now that we have heard all our candidates, let's give them a chance to address the questions from the community. May we call
Hello?
on... Sorry. Apologies for that. May we now call on candidate Amanda Echanis to give their opening spiel. She's the candidate for councilor. She will be on Zoom. Thank you.
Okay, so naririnig po ba ako na mabuti? Isang mapagpalayang gabi po sa ating lahat. Ako po si Amanda Lacaba Echanis mula sa Kolehiyo ng Arte at Literatura, mag-aaral ng BA Malikhaing Pagsulat sa Filipino, graduate ng Philippine High School for the Arts at ang inyong susunod na Culture and the Arts Committee, USC Councilor. Ate Amanda po, ate ng bayan, artista para sa bayan, isang manunulat, makata, researcher at translator, ngunit sa kasamang palad sa kasalukuyan, 4 years na po ako nakakulong. Opo, tama po ang inyo nakarinig. Sa kasaysayan ng Pilipinas, ako po ang kauna-unahang political detainee na tumatakbo for a USC position. We are making history. Patuloy na dinidinig ang kaso ko, isang trumped-up fabricated charge na sinasampa laban sa mga aktivista at artista ng bayan na katulad ko. At ngayon po, nabigyan ako ng pagkakataon na mag-aral ulit online at ipinaglalaban ko po ang karapatan at kalayaan na to. I am a firm believer in collective action. We are innovators, game changers. Together with the Laban Kabataan Coalition, maglulunsad po tayo ng mga hybrid, creative, out-of-the-box na mga pag-aaral at talakayan hinggil sa ating lipunan. At hindi hadlang ang mga rehas ang pagkakakulong sa pagkakaroon ng malayang kaisipan. Maaari nila ikulong ang aking katawan, ngunit hindi ang aking diwang palaban. Let us exercise our right and our freedom to vote. Sabi nga ni Nelson Mandela, isang kilalang aktivista at bilanggong politikal, may your choices reflect your hopes, not your fears. Muli ako po ang inyong ate ng bayan, artista para sa bayan. Amanda Lacaba Echanis, ang susunod na USC Councilor. Free the artist, free Amanda Echanis. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much. Again, I apologize for proceeding without the opening spiel of our candidate Amanda Echanis. Now that we have heard all our candidates, let's give them a chance to address the questions from the community. So may we call on Dave Kigaw from Tinig ng Plaridel, the official student publication of the College of Media and Communication, to ask the question.
This question is open for all candidates. So, ayun, Tinig ng Plaridel would like to ask, the UP College of Law tallied the highest number of abstained votes during the 2024 special elections for the incumbent USC chair, Sean Latorre. Law students also voted to abstain from the councilor race. According to the data TNP or Tinig ng Plaridel gathered from OSPA, given this, will you be pushing for the removal of the abstain vote or abstain option on the ballot? What other changes to the election code do you plan to advocate if elected?
Hello, sige. I think I will start. I think last special elections, I was asked if ano ang tindig ko sa abstain vote. And I believe I made it clear that I am against an abstention as a vote and as a ballot. And an abstention, we are go with that because we believe of different reasons na meron ng estudyante for doing so. But we believe if we will be elected in the USC, we will not be pushing for the removal of abstain. Actually, nung nakaraan lamang po, parang pinopost na rin po na magkaroon ng skip.
Tama na. Next.
Next, may we call on Councilor Alano to answer the question.
Good afternoon. I'm also pro removing the abstain vote in the ballot dahil first of all, hindi malinaw yung guidelines kung ano ba yung definition nito. So, if I were to win nga, if the coalition were to win, ipupush talaga namin yung pagkakaroon ng electoral reform na magkaroon ng clear definition. Why is there an abstain vote or the overall removal of the abstain vote? On the other hand, hindi rin naman natin masisisi yung mga students kung ba't sila nag-abstain. It's a matter of kung paano ba yung mga student leaders natin nagka-campaign and nagpapakilala.
Thank you. Next is Councilor Alfonso.
Hello. First of all po, there are a lot of reasons kung bakit nag-abstain ng students. But sa amin po kasi as Laban Kabataan Coalition, again, we are against the abstain vote. Not necessarily because of, again, the idea of plurality, more so sa idea na it's a null vote and it's being treated as a person. However, we cannot ask for transparency from the abstain vote as in the last PELEX.
But even so, as a USC, ipupush po namin na mas magkaroon ng concrete na review kung bakit ito yung reason and magkaroon ng consultations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Councilor Gonzales.
Klarong hamon ito sa susunod na University Student Council na kinakailangan niya i-uphold talaga yung grassroots style of campaigning. Lalapit tayo sa mga estudyante, ikakampanya natin ang gusto, ano yung agenda ng Laban Kabataan Coalition to push for its fourth agenda for genuine student representation. Mahalaga, nag-grounded tayo sa issues ng College of Law, grounded tayo sa issues ng sangka-estudyantehan upang forward din talaga natin ang maximum participations ng mga students.
Thank you. Next, we have candidate Mendoza.
Yes, let me reiterate na we understand we have different reasons for abstention, but at the same time, we also try to emphasize yung importance ng tao sa konseho. We see how an undermanned USC nare-reflect siya sa kahirapan na mag-implement ng mga programs. So again, we advocate for genuine student representation in the Laban Kabataan Coalition.
Thank you. Next, candidate Nunez.
On the topic of the removal of abstain, it's important for the council to be consultative to the demands of the students and to hear their thoughts and pati rin yung mga hinaing ng mga students natin. Kung kaya in the College of Engineering, it was evident that most of the students do not know the candidate, which is also important that it's a challenge for us as candidates to really go out there and really introduce ourselves to the students as well as our platforms, which aligned with the fourth agenda of the Laban Kabataan Coalition to genuine student representation, tumungo sa mga classrooms at ialam ang kanilang mga hinaing.
Thank you. Next, candidate Publico.
I think nabanggit naman na po ng ating mga kasama sa Laban Kabataan Coalition kung bakit po kami bakit po kami tumututol sa na merong abstain vote sa ballot. Ito po ay dahil nandito kami ngayon, handa po kami humarap sa inyo, bitbit ang aming mga panawagan at aming mga agenda na talagang maglingkod sa sambayanan dahil sa lumalalang mga krisis ng ating sangka-estudyantehan. Kailangan pong may maupo sa USC.
Thank you. Next is candidate Echanis on Zoom.
Sige
Given
po, no?
the special circumstances that it's on Zoom, we will allow her to finish, especially if there are technical difficulties. Thank you. Please answer.
Sige po. So, who you, no? Sino ba si abstain? Panahon na ito para isulong natin ang genuine student representation kasama ang Laban Kabataan Coalition. Ihuyo na natin si abstain, no? Isang necessity, isang pangangailangan ang pagkakaroon ng student council sa harap ng kaliwat ka ng mga issue na kinakaharap natin sa loob at labas ng universidad. Issue ng privatization, commercialization ng UP at ang boses ng mga scholar ng bayan. Time and again, history, no, ang magsasabi na ito ay mayroong mahalaga at makasaysayang tungkulin. Naabutan ko yung panahon na manual pa yung voting at na wala pang option to vote for abstain. Kung ayaw mo, wag mo iboto. Pero tayo ang panawagan natin, kilalanin ang ating mga tumatakbong kandidato sa loob at labas ng universidad, no, pati sa national elections. Makialam po tayo at alamin natin. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you to the candidates and thank you to Tinig ng Plaridel. Now we will give the candidates. Okay, we will now proceed to the questions from the UP Law community, which will be flashed on screen. The first question for this will be skipped because it is also about abstentions. So later in the closing spiels, you will be given 1 minute. Okay, next question. Okay. Okay. Directed to all USC candidates, given that we have no candidates for law representative to the USC, how do you intend to include UP Law in your plans? May we begin with candidate Buenya Flor?
Ayan, we believe lahat po ng plans ng Laban Kabataan Coalition ay included ang law community, ang law school. And we believe na kailangan makaisa ang law community by being integrated yung law student government sa USC through our, magkakaroon pa rin naman ng law interim representative kahit wala po wala pong law representative to the USC. But at the same time, kakaisahin po natin ang law community sa iba't ibang campaign na pinsulong po natin. For example, nung nakaraan lang po, di ba, nagkaroon ako usapin about sa pagkakakulong kay Duterte.
Thank you, candidate. Next, may we call on candidate for Councilor Alisa Alano.
While the representative to the USC serves as the liaison of the council to the USC, that doesn't mean naman na yun lang yung line natin sa community ng law dito. Kung kaya't parang palagi rin naman tayo pupunta sa mga councils, especially here sa law, considering na wala nga tumatakbong law rep. Ipupush din natin, of course, na mapuno at magkaroon ng special elections para, of course, well-represented pa rin kahit sa USC ang College of Law.
Thank you. Next, candidate Alfonso.
With or without a law representative, it is a mandate of the USC to understand the conditions of the students, which is why it is always the role of the USC to go at the grassroots mismo, at the roots, to consult the students directly, and to understand more so kung ano ba yung hinaharap nila. Because without a law representative, it is now more than ever important for the USC to actually go down and understand what the law students are experiencing and how the USC can address, one, not having a law rep, and number two, the things that they need as a college. Thank you po.
Thank you. Next, candidate Gonzales.
Ayan. So, clear indication din man talaga na nagpapapa po yung question na yan. Mas nangangailangan tayong bumoto. Wala na tayo USC, mawawalan pa tayo ng law rep. Kung hindi pa namin pupunuin yung positions para sa local candidates natin, ano pa ang magiging avenue natin para ma-address natin yung issues dito sa law community? Kaya nananawagan tayong lahat, as we address the need for student representation, we address the need for accountability, the need for the student representation to present the body itself to the USC.
Thank you. Next is candidate Mendoza.
Yes, I would like to reiterate na hindi po tayo nalilimitahan sa kakulangan at the moment ng representative, na direct representative ng kolehiyo. Meron din po tayong ibang avenues katulad ng pakikipag-coordinate sa mga organizations and formations in the college na siyang magiging daan para makausap at makipagkonsultahan at maka-coordinate kasama yung mga yon sa plano ng University Student Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, candidate Nunez.
Consolidation efforts. As I've said a while ago, it's important for the USC na ma-represent talaga lahat ng mga students. So it's also important for us to go to the UP Law to really ilubog yung mga saliri namin sa mga hinaing ng mga law students. With or without a UP Law representative, it's important for the council to really represent all of the colleges, all the entirety of the UP Diliman constituent. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, candidate Publico.
Ayan, kaya naman po inilalaban ng Laban Kabataan Coalition ng 4-point agenda natin na genuine student representation na hindi hadlang dapat para sa amin bilang inyong susunod na USC na walang law rep to the USC. Dapat po hamon sa amin ito na talagang bumaba sa inyo at alamin kung ano ang mga pangangailangan ng mga susunod na abogado ng bayan.
Thank you. Next, for candidate Amanda Echanis.
Sige po, bahagi ng pagiging Culture and the Arts Committee, councilor na layunin ko na patuloy na isulong ang pagkilos para sa ating karapatang pantao, demokratikong partisipasyon at hustisyang palipunan. So, ito po papasok dito yung kahalagahan talaga ng ating mga abogado at abogado ng bayan sa hinaharap. Patatatagin po natin ang iba't ibang demokratikong espasyo na sa pagitan ng mga law students at buong UP community at iba pang marginalisadong sektor sa buong lipunan para sa paglahok at pag-organisa natin at pag-alam talaga sa ating pag-alam at pagprotekta sa ating mga demokratikong karapatan. So let us exercise our freedom to express ourselves, to be heard, to take action. Yan lang po. Maraming salamat.
Thank you to all the candidates. Next question. Directed to candidate Buenya Flor, since it's only 2-1 candidate, we will give you 60 seconds to answer. The USC's UP Fair caused a number of problems for Malcolm students this year during midterm exam season. Assuming you are elected as USC Chair, How will you balance UP Fair's nature as a protest event with the interests of law students? Again, 60 seconds.
Ayan, nire-recognize natin na hindi po na-foresee yung gano'n na problema na midterm season or final season na, midterm season na nangyari UP Fair because nga late na-elect yung University Student Council and late nagkaroon ng UP Fair. And if we will be ma-elect tayo as USC Chair, we will address that by number one, being strict talaga sa time kung kailan mag-sound check, yung scheduling na meron, and makipag-coordinate talaga sa mga offices na meron sa iba't ibang colleges, kagaya po ng law school or ng College of Law, para maayos yung scheduling at hindi magkaroon ng ganitong mga unforeseen na problemas. And ayun, parang isa sa problema, di ba, na schedule naman beforehand yung UP Fair, bakit hindi nagkaroon ng directive yung chancellor or hindi nagkaroon ng directive yung UP administration na i-cancel muna yung classes, na hindi muna i-hold yung mga midterm season, yung mga midterms examination. Mas ganun lang po yung makikita natin.
Thank you. That's all the questions that we have prepared. So now we proceed with the closing spiels. So the present candidates are given 60 seconds. Again, 60 seconds for the closing spiels. And you may just sit on stage rather than go to the podium. So we begin with the closing spiel of candidate Alano.
Hi, again, I'm Lisa Alano. I'm a third-year BA Political Science major from the College of Social Sciences and Philosophy. And lagi nating alalahanin, mag-ala no to budget cuts dahil tayo ay alisa para sa higher state subsidy.
Thank you. Next is the closing spiel of candidate Alfonso.
Again, I'm Emmy Alfonso. As a Community Rights and Welfare Counselor, it is one of the biggest tasks for us to first unite and consolidate the UP community to actually create bigger and greater campaigns, because it is now more than ever that our community needs the students to be one. And so now, as a Community Rights and Welfare Counselor, it is within us, the Laban Kabataan Coalition, along with you, the UP students, to create a UP Diliban that is more mass-oriented and more for the people. So again, I am Emmy Alfonso, your Community Rights and Welfare Counselor, sa paglilingkod na hindi Emmy lang, kundi tunay kang Emmy na mahal. Thank you po.
Thank you. Next, closing of candidate Gonzales.
Yan. Muli, magandang gabi po sa ating lahat. Ako po si Nimra Gonzales, incumbent Cal Rep to the USC at ngayon tumatakbo bilang USC Councilor. Sa pagtakbo po natin sa konseho ngayon sa Unified Elections, layon po nating idalha sa buong Universidad ng Pilipinas ang mga napagtagumpayan po natin unang-una sa lahat sa Kolehiyo ng Arte at Literatura. Muli po natin na ipagtambol ang mga pangangailangang kampanya para sa espasyos, pangangailangan ng mga estudyante, at tinalayan po natin niya ituloy-tuloy sa mahabang panahon. Kaya sa panunungkulan po natin under the Committees on Org, Strats, and Sororities, malaki yung halaga na binibigay po natin sa pakikipag-alyado, pakikipag-ugnayan sa mga organisasyon, sa fraternities or sororities, sa paghahabi-habi ng mga issues dinaranas sila upang ma-materialize ito sa campaign, sa pagkilos. Muli, ako si Nimra Gonzales mula sa College of Arts and Letters, mula sa Katribo, UP Diliman, at nagpapanday ng isang Nimradikal na konseho.
Thank you. Next is candidate Mendoza.
Muli, isang palabang pagbati sa ating lahat. Ako si Fatima Mendoza, inyong incumbent Address Officer ng CSWCD Student Council at SecGen ng Kabataan Party List UP Diliman. Bilang, yun nga, isang scholar, atleta, organisador ng bayan na tinitrain sa College of Social Work and Community Development na nakasentro sa tao, no, sa development, ng people-centric development. Tayo ay magtataguyod ng isang konseho na tunay, palaban at makabayan kasama ang Laban Kabataan sa pagsugpo ng lahat ng forma ng diskriminasyon, harassment, violence against women and LGBTQIA+ community sa ating termino bilang gender counselor. Muli, ako si Fatima Mendoza, kasama ninyo sa pagbuo ng Fatima Kikinig, Papalakas, Fatima Kikiisang konseho ng mga scholar ng bayan. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, candidate Nunez.
And po, Sir Bisyong, very good, very maasahan kapag kay Ver, covered kay Jan. Ako po muli si Ver Nunez, an incumbent ESC chairperson mula sa College of Engineering at kaisa ng Agham Youth UP Diliman, ang inyong USC Safety and Security Counselor. Napakahalaga ng ating gampanin bilang Safety and Security Counselor, lalo na sa lumalalang krisis na ating edukasyon sa ngayon, pati na rin sa banta sa ating karapatang pantao mula sa pagkawala ng UPDND Accord, pati sa pagkakaroon ng UP-AFP Declaration of Cooperation. Now more than ever, it's important for us as a council to ensure the safety and security of all of the students. Kaya naman po nararapat na covered tayo sa aktibong pagtugon sa mga issues na ito. Covered din dapat tayo bilang kolektibo upang sama-sama ating mapagtagumpayan ang ating mga kampanya at covered din tayo sa pagiging handa. Muli po, laging tandaan na kapag kay Ver, covered kay Jan. Thank you po.
Thank you. Next is candidate publico.
Ayan, mula sa masa, tungo sa masa, muli po ako si Romer Publico mula sa College of Engineering aktivista mula sa Katribo UP Diliman, ang Romero unong makikibaka para sa pampublikong plataforma at ang inyong USC People's Struggles Committee Counselor na magsusulong ng pampublikong edukasyon, pampublikong espasyo at pampublikong laban para sa isang tunay, palaban at makabayang konseho ng UP Diliman at nawa makasama namin ang mga abogado ng bayan sa laban kabataan. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you. Next is candidate for USC Chair, Buenya Flor.
Ayan, muli kami po ang Laban Kabataan Coalition, bitbit ang 4-point kabataan agenda. Nandito po kami ngayon sa inyong harapan. Hindi po kami natatakot na magbigyan ng mga bigat na question. Hindi po kami natatakot na mapuna. Hindi po namin kailangan magkaroon ng video na ipepresent lang po dyan. Ganun po ang dedication ng Laban Kabataan Coalition. Handang-handa po kami ma-scrutinize, ma-criticize, at makipag-work with you together. So, kasama ang Laban Kabataan Coalition, bitbit po namin ang 4-point kabataan agenda, and I truly believe na itong mga student leaders na nasa inyong harapan ay handang-handa na buuin ang isang tunay, palaban at makabayang konseho. Ako po, ang Joaquin Wax Buenaflor, incumbent USC Basic Student Services Counselor. Ngayon, tumitindig kasama ang Laban Kabataan Coalition bilang inyong susunod na USC Chairperson. Kasama sa pag-achieve ng serbisyong SWAT kay Wax. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much. Finally, may we now call on candidate Amanda Chanis to give their closing spiel.
Tama. Ako nga nakakulong pero nakadalo pa rin. So patuloy kong pinanghahawakan ng pag-asa, patuloy na lumalaban sa buhay. Kaya wala man po ako dyan sa physical, nandito po ako kasama ninyo, real na real, live na live. And I'd like to think that the vote for me is also a vote for freedom, a vote for truth, a vote for justice. At sa totoo lang po, masaya-masaya lang ako na makasama kayong lahat ngayon dyan sa College of Law. Napakahalaga po ng papel ng mga abogado. I believe that the role of the justice system and legal practitioners should really strive to serve those who are really in need. No? Paglaya ko, gusto ko rin pong maging isang abogado. Gusto ko mag-aral ng law, maging human rights lawyer. Hinihikayat, hinahamon ko po yung bawat iskolar ng bayan na makialam. Atin ang kinabukasan, laban kabataan. So muli, ako po si Amanda Lacaba Etchanis, ang inyong susunod na Culture and the Arts Committee, USC Counselor. Free the artist, free Amanda Etchanis. So palayain ang lahat ng bilanggong politikal. Tuloy ang laban. Serve the people. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you everyone. Thank you to all the candidates. Once again, thank you for taking the time to appear and present before the UP College of Law. You may now exit the stage, but of course, please feel free to stay in the theater. Please exit to your left side. Here, dito sa left. Thank you.
So now we will be proceeding with the live question and answer round for the LSG candidates. So this is a free-for-all audience round. So on any audience member who wants to ask questions may line up to the mic that is stationed in the middle of the theater. And your question, you can direct it to any candidate and they will answer this question. And again, yes, so we will do an alternate with the live questions as well as the questions from the ballot boxes earlier. So we are still just checking the questions right now. So if anybody, oh wait, let me call on the candidates inside first. Or just let them in na lang. So again, candidates, we will now be proceeding to the live free-for-all questions from the audience as well from those we received from the ballot boxes earlier. This is again a free-for-all, so the commission did not filter any questions, and the candidates will be given 30 seconds to respond for each question. Okay.
I'd like to specify that right now I am sorting the questions. I'm not going to filter any of them. They're going to be read as is, and you'll be given a chance to read the question, but you have to give them back. These have all been verified by Vice Chairperson Micaela Lirio. So again, walang personalan dito. These are all questions from the UP Law student community who had to show their IDs in order to write. I'm currently writing how many seconds each question will get. This is my discretion. So ganun na lang. So please wait na lang. I think for the audience, if you want to take a quick CR break, now's the time to do so. Thank you. Okay, in the interim, what we'll do while we're doing this is that if any member of the audience wants to line up right now and address a candidate to their face, you may do so. Thank you.
Mic test. Mic test. Hello. No. Hello. Hello.
Hello. Is there anybody in the audience who wants to ask a question? Nobody. Okay, so we've just grouped the questions that we have. So here we have 3 questions that is not addressed to any candidate. So we will not be making the candidates answer these questions since it's not addressed. But we will be reading them for transparency and so that people know, everybody knows that these questions were asked. So there's a question here. There have been rumors circulating that the lone president candidate asked you to step down or withdraw your initial candidacy for LSG president. Can you confirm or deny these allegations? So we have that one question, but again, we're not going to ask any candidate. The next question is to all those, we have addressed to all those who, okay. So the question is to all those who have no GPOAs yet, open close parenthesis, you know who you are. The question is, elections is 1 week from now, and yet you have not presented us with your GSPOAs. What can we expect from a candidate to actually fulfill their promises when cannot even do the most basic I'm so sorry. Do the most basic requirement of running for position. Yes, that's the question. We apologize also because it's handwritten, so it's not very, eto pala feeling maging prof. The third question that will not be required, that we will not require you to answer. If an LSG member is accused of sexual harassment, what would you do? So those are the 3 questions that we will not be asking you guys to answer. So next, we have a question. We have 2 questions actually, but we grouped it because it's similar. So this question is directed for the PRO candidate, candidate Dumandan. It says here, your CV shows that you headed PALS Education and Research Committee for less than a year. Given that you most likely let go of headship in the middle of your term, how can the student body ensure you wouldn't do the same if elected PRO? You have 60 seconds to answer this question.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. So, as I stated earlier, the reasons of why I had resigned from my directorship from undergrad was due to personal reasons that was happening in my household. And it eventually led to the diminishing of my mental health. So, despite that, even though I had resigned at the time, I had still helped the committee that I was leading in terms of still maintaining the active release of statements and publications that we were having. So, I'm actually in a much better mental state right now. So I'm quite confident that with the experience that I have, especially as a working law student, that I've been able to juggle all of the tasks and deadlines that I have, not just as a student of Malcolm, but also as a working professional. I'm quite sure as well that I can be able to lead the Public Relations Committee and do a good job as the next PRO. Thank you.
Again, we will be showing you the actual question received, but then you have to return it to us later.
Okay, for the next 3 questions, they're similar questions, but the 2 are specific to the treasurers. So we will answer that first. We will give you 60 seconds to answer that. And then the third question is addressed to all candidates, 30 seconds each. So for the question for the treasurer, what are your thoughts on the fact that ADAPT and DESTI excess funds are being allocated to batch funds despite promises to sponsors of using funds for events only? Separate. The second question related to that, there was an issue in previous ADAPT when there was an excess in funds. What is your stance on where these funds should go? the incoming freshie block, or the sophomores. Treasurer, Candidate Matias. And Candidate Mercado. Let's begin with Candidate Matias.
Okay, thank you for the question. Well, first of all, under accountable leadership, we would ensure that with smart fiscal planning, that these would be actually avoided because the budget would be ensured that the budget that would be practical, effective, and responsive to the needs of the UP Law community would prevent problems such as this. However, on my stance, and to add on my stance on where the funds should go, I believe that the funds should go to the batch that spearheaded the activity. So if the incoming second years, the incoming second years should have the funds that they generated from the ADAPT. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Candidate Mercado.
Thank you for the question. My stance on this is that these two events, ADAPT and Destinations, they're assigned to these batches. To allocate it to their different batch funds is a way to incentivize them because these are really important events. Now, in regards to will it be used for events, hindi naman mutually exclusive na di siya pwede gamitin ng mga batch sa mga events nila. So it's not really a circumvention on my part. Thank you.
Thank you. Related to that, but directed now to the rest of the candidates, you will answer this for 30 seconds. Again, 30 seconds. To the overall law candidates, where do the proceeds of batch events supposed to go? Example, Desti, ADAPT, etc. Let's begin with candidate Coruña.
So the proceeds of these events are supposed to go to the batches that actually handled these events. But specifically, for example, for Destinations, there were volunteers from other year levels also, not just from the third years. So the practice has been there is a pro rata split depending on how many volunteers were there for their events. And so I think this is a fair way in order to incentivize and in order to ensure that everyone gets a fair share of their work also. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, candidate Argana.
Thank you for the question. I'm of the same position that it should go to the batch that actually handles the events, but also to add, if the batch should choose to allot this towards a different manner, say for evening week, the proceeds go to the bar takers, hence they will be handed off to the SJV, as long as it is consented to by the actual batch, the people that they represent, then such funds should go to that said initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, candidate Escueta.
Thank you for the question. No, so I think that the current systems wherein the batches that had these individual events do receive the funding, I do agree that the current pro rata split, as well as the possibility of collaborating with the different batches to determine who should get how much, is something that we could better implement in terms of how we deal with the post-processing of these events. But also, I'd like for some funds to...
Thank you. Next, candidate Quaresma.
So when it comes to these batch funds that are being entered from these events, of course, I do agree with the other candidates that it should go towards the batch who actually spearheaded the event. This is really just incentive also for those batches to actually do these events such as ADAPT, which is technically for the incoming batch. So apart from this, even if it is an incentive, it is important that we make sure that also as the incumbent second-year batch representative, that the batch is aware of where these funds are going to and that it's really to their best interest as well.
Thank you. Next, candidate Dumandan.
I also agree with all the other candidates that the proceeds of these events should go to the batches that actually handled the event itself. And with this, I would also just like to add that I think that there should also still be an avenue for communication between these batches to consult with one another and communicate on where these proceeds can go, such as allocating it towards other worthy causes, such as EVIC or the Cats of Malcolm, for example. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, candidate Makasait.
Yeah, thank you for that question.
as the other candidates have said, it is a pro rata split between the volunteers who actually volunteered for such events. However, the LSG needs to address then the root cause of the difference between the shares of the pro rata split. Since a lot of the events are in Diliman, then you'd expect that a lot of the volunteers are from Diliman. So maybe we can integrate the other campuses more in that area. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, candidate Judan.
Thank you for the question. I'm also of the same opinion that the batches that actually organize these events should have priorities when it comes to receiving these funds, but that they should be able to freely stipulate how to make use of these funds and share the same proceeds with different batches. For me, what's important is that there's clear and transparent process in place to make sure that the entire UP law community is aware of how these funds are split. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, candidate Chan.
So with that, I'd like to forward two things. So first is reward. This must continue to be a form of a reward for students that are participating in our different projects. And I do think that's something that should not stop. However, it is also my opinion that we should also look into this. Perhaps there's a more equitable way of splitting it. Second aspect is more external. This is more to do with our stakeholders, like our different sponsors. We have to be clear and transparent to them where these funds go para this is a sustainable project moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, candidate for Iloilo, Magpayo.
I share the same sentiments as the other officers that it should go to the budget that handles it kasi they should be compensated and incentivized for the hard work that they have done in conducting the adopt. I would agree with them allowing them discretion on where the funds should go, but at the same time, the LSG as a whole should not be left in the dark. And there should be more transparency and agreement between these batch and the LSG kung saan nila i-allocate yung funds na yun. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So now we have a group of questions which are directed to all of the candidates with affiliations, particularly Greek affiliations. And so how we will proceed with this is we will read all of the questions which are directed. We will say to who it's directed to. And if the fraternity or sorority is mentioned, we will also mention it. However, what we're going to do for the interest of time, instead of answering each question one by one, we'll give you 120 seconds to address any questions, give your comments or anything. So I'll just read out the questions. So please, candidates, just take note of these if they are directed to you. So here we have one question for the candidate for treasurer, candidate Mercado. It says here, some of your broads are known for harassing women. In fact, there is currently a pending complaint at the Office of Anti-Sexual Harassment against one of your broads. Despite this, no public accountability has been made. What actions have you taken against your broads who are known harassers? Next question. This question is directed to candidate for EVP Escueta and again candidate for treasurer, candidate Mercado. There are reports that non-law members of your fraternity act disrespectfully within Malcolm Hall, being loud, disruptive, or treating the space as if it were not an academic institution. How do you plan to uphold the decorum expected in Malcolm Hall, especially when some of your members behave in a manner unbefitting of the institution? Next question. This is directed to all candidates with Greek affiliations. Why do you think mostly Greek lettered affiliated persons run for LSG? How do you think LSG can be more representative of the UP law community with real diversity? Next question. To all Sigma Rho candidates, particularly EVP, Treasurer, 4BR, 3BR, and 3BR Chan. Candidate members of your fraternity are advocating for safe spaces in UP law. However, your frat has continuously occupied the entrance steps near the kiosks, rendering this path inaccessible to other students. There were even reports that a student was threatened and harassed into leaving said premises recently. How will you ensure the protection of such spaces considering your affiliation? Next question. To all Sigma Rho, you have a couple of broads who are incumbent LSG members. One of them is a known absentee in all his classes, and another has a case against him for sexual harassment with the OASH, which has brought up initially in the last convocs. Why should we trust anyone who comes out of your fraternity to be elected to the LSG moving forward? And we have another one for candidate Kagape, but he is not here, but we will still read this. You are a member of the ABP fraternity along with incumbent evening representatives. There have been ongoing discussions on online forums criticizing the performance of your broads regarding lack of transparency, unprofessional behavior in the workplace, lack of initiative. How can you ensure that you won't continue this lackluster performance despite the same affiliation? So we will, since we have a question that is directed to all candidates, so we will give all of you the chance to speak. 120 seconds. So let us start with the candidate for president, candidate Coruña.
Right, so I am a member of the UP Portia sorority, and while I cannot speak for the other candidates, this is regarding the question on why most students who run for LSG are Greek affiliated, and how do you think we can be more representative of UP Law. When I chose to run for president, it's really with the intent and with the heart to serve. And my priority is to my constituents, to the whole UP Law community. It is not merely to my sorority. So I do not think that it detracts to student representation. However, I recognize that we do need to empower and uplift students even more into engaging in such opportunities. So this is why one of my thrusts is to stay connected sa LSG, which is about empowering the VolCor program of UP Law. I think this is a great way for them to step into student leadership, and this is a great way for them to get a taste of what it feels like to work in the LSG. So hopefully it would inspire or propel them into stepping up and also running in their own merits. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, candidate Argana.
Thank you very much. And I'll be answering the same question, which is regarding why mostly Greek-affiliated students are the ones who run for the LSG. I believe that, same as a while ago, we cannot speak for the rest of the candidates here. But I do want to hope that all of us are running with one intent, and that is to serve the student body with all our capacities, with our capabilities. It just so happens that with our affiliations, perhaps, it would appear as if the LSG is trying to be dominated by certain Greek letter organizations. But we also understand very deeply the sentiment coming from someone who is not affiliated, and we would want to let them experience what it is like to serve the student community. Same with the volunteer corps. I believe it's something that we could further bank on for the next administration of the LSG. And for instance, in the events in UP Law, we do feel the presence of non-affiliated students. And actually at this point, I'm not quite comfortable trying to divide between non-affiliated and those affiliated, because once you're a servant leader, that's who you are. You're not the servant leader from this fraternity or from this sorority. They will always have your back, yes. But at the end of the day, the intent should always be for the betterment of the whole student experience here in UP Law. And with that, we would also put safeguards as IVP when it comes to how we address these matters within the LSG. For instance, if we do feel like some voices are being drowned out, if we feel that there's more need for representation coming from students who do not come from these affiliations, then it is high time that we do include them. We invite everyone to the GAs, same as we do this year, but more emphasized and amplified.
Thank you very much. Next, candidate Escueta.
Hello. I'm going to give a bit of a consolidated answer to all the many questions. So first and foremost, I decry and disavow any acts of violence or harassment that took place on campus, especially those alleged to have been committed by my fraternity. Now, first and foremost, I am a person who advocates for safe spaces. I am a person who advocates for peaceful conflict resolution. I don't believe in violence. I don't believe that's the way forward in any situation. I'll first address the matters of allegations. Firstly, if whatever allegations there are need to be handled by the proper authorities, and in that respect, I will absolutely inhibit from any, for example, investigation or proceedings that would involve certain broads of mine, and I would allow the proper due process to take course. Secondly, in terms of harassment here on campus, I am completely against harassment. I am completely against making any student at all feel unsafe on campus. And you have my absolute promise that I want to fulfill my mandate as an LSG member, both incumbent and as one hoping to serve you in the future, that I will represent first and foremost the interests of the entire student body, and that includes allowing the authorities to make their investigation into whatever incidents that happened, make their investigations into whatever incidents happened, and to give them my full support. Lastly, being a Sigma Rho is just a part of who I am as a person. It's not the entirety of who I am. I believe I'm a leader, I'm a student, I'm a brother, I'm a son, I'm a Catholic. All of these things make up who I am. And I believe that while I carry the values of my fraternity into my student service, they don't necessarily mark me or any other candidates, because that's just who we are. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we have, let us hear from candidate Quaresma.
So, just as context, I am currently a member of the UP Portia sorority. And to answer the question, I do believe that genuine student representation always starts with the call to serve and answering that call to serve. Personally, for me, I've always been very active in in the student council life since my undergrad. But beyond this, I believe that we always have to be open to feedback when it comes to these particular things. And personally, I do believe as a student leader, the mandate is always 24/7. Kahit anong mangyari, once we become elected, our mandate to the student body is 24/7 to anyone, whether affiliated or not. But more concretely, to address the question regarding proper representation, in my plans, we also have the volunteer corps, as mentioned earlier. And apart from that, we also want to invite the UP law community more in involving them more in our GAs and agenda setting, so that they also have a say in what's happening in the LSG. But apart from this, for accountability, we also have one of my plans in assess and advance. So we really want to be able to assess your guys' dispositions, whether affiliated or not, or any type of concern that you have. And for more accountability, we also have our evaluation forms, which we will also be doing as an LSG, so that we remain always responsive to your concerns throughout the school year. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let us hear from candidate Matias.
Thank you. First, I would like to disclose that I am a member of the Alpha Phi Beta fraternity, and that there is no space in UP Law for violence. And there is space in UP Law for non-UP Law students, provided that there are proper guidelines put in place to ensure that UP Law remains to be a safe space for everyone to study the law in the grand manner. And I would also like to say that I am running not because of my affiliation, but because of my advocacy and passion for public service. And in my mind, and the way I see it, there is no unaffiliated UP Law. There is no affiliated UP Law. There is only one UP Law. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, let us hear from candidate Mercado.
Okay, so a lot to unpack here. First and foremost, I am against any kind of sexual harassment. It has no place here. It has no place in the UP law. And as part of the LSG, it is our mandate to protect safe spaces here. So given that, if I were to be elected and there are sexual harassment cases, first and foremost, I would launch a committee of investigation. After all, every person deserves their right to due process, their right day have their day in court. So, given if it was abroad, if it was a member of my organization, which is the UP Sigma Rho fraternity, I would inhibit myself to allow impartiality as well. Now, given the question, why are there so many Greek organizations? I think it's just a testament to the competence and our passion to serve. After all, we run not because we were told to, but because we all have our individual platforms. Especially me, my heart goes out to the UP Law community. I've been active for so many years in these different projects, and I realized that I really have a passion for service. And now I have an opportunity to serve an even bigger community. Next is regarding my organization and safe spaces. Now, as a member of the LSG, I can definitely be a liaison to my organization. Instead of it being viewed as an obstacle, we can actually it can actually be used as more progressive. I believe in amicable settlements as well. So I can be used as a liaison for communication. Last and foremost, regarding bad apples in my organization, I think each and every organization has a bad apple, and I don't think that those bad apples should be representative of the whole organization. We're all individually different, and if in regards to me, I promise you that my priority will always be the UP Law community first. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, let us hear from candidate Dumandan.
Thank you for that question. Before I answer, I just want to say that I condemn any form of violence. I don't and won't see any justification ever for harming another person, for harassing or discriminating against them. So when it comes to the question as to why mostly Greek people would run for the law student government, I cannot speak for the rest of my fellow candidates as well. But I would answer on my end is that I'm driven by the desire to serve and for public service. Actually, I've been active when it comes to election campaigns, even in my undergrad years. Joining the student council has been an unfulfilled dream of mine, so I shoved it down. And mostly I was just working behind the scenes through the training of our candidates back in the previous councils during my undergrad years. So we need to be more representative and accountable because we are people from Greek letter organizations. There is a heavier responsibility that is placed upon all of us right now. If we are to be the next student government, we need to make sure that every student, whether what program you're from, what campus you're from, no matter who you are, as long as you're a UP Law student, you need to be included in all our forms of communication and all our forms of planning and most of all, we need to make sure that all campuses have an environment where you feel included, where you feel safe, and where you have a free avenue to express yourself. So we need to, I would like to include this really in my platforms, especially with the open feedback form that we have, so that we can really hear the students in real time through the Malcolm Minute publications. So we need to be more transparent, not just because of our affiliations, but because once we are elected as the next student government, hopefully, we are not people who are affiliated anymore. We are people serving the student body, just the student body. That's it, not who you're connected to. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now let us hear from the candidate Makasaet.
Okay. Thank you for that question. First, I'd like to address the question about diversification in the LSG. So again, like the others, I cannot speak for the candidates, but I believe my track record provides that I am committed to serve, from serving activist organizations, from serving student council, from serving in ADAP, and serving in the Bar Operations Commission. I believe my track record shows that I've been committed to serve ever since I stepped foot in the University of the Philippines. on the student involvement. I believe that I came from a college before that had little student involvement. And what was the answer? Projects that matter. When councils put up projects that matter, when people see that the student leaders take everyone in and make better projects that involve everyone, students naturally gravitate towards service. For example, in my project called Senior Committee, everyone will be included in the batch who is willing to join. Second, on the violence and the harassment of members, alleged harassment of the members of my fraternity, I deny violence and I detest harassment. I am a peaceful person, and in my context, my constituency will be able to reach me through the channels that I have put up, and I assure you that my loyalty is in my constituency, the student body, particularly the fourth year batch, the senior batch. Last is the broads in LSG. Why should we trust anyone from my organization? I am a man of my own principles. I will not be swayed by anyone, even by people within my fraternity. I am loyal to the constituents, the ones who place their trust on me, the ones who vote for me in the upcoming elections. I will provide a guarantee that should I be involved in any of these offenses, I will voluntarily subject myself to impeachment proceedings provided by the UP Law Constitution. That's how serious I am about.
Thank you. Next, let us hear from candidate Judan.
Thank you for the question. First, I would like to recognize that, yes, indeed, I think that Malcolm is a space that fosters diversity. Me personally, as a member of the Alpha Phi Beta fraternity, I can say that we hold ourselves to a much higher standard, and that I, along with other members and other candidates, can only hope to inspire other unaffiliated members of the UP Law community to continue serving others as well. I personally wanted to run for the LSG because I had the personal advocacy to commit myself to public service, and in this case, to commit myself to serving my batchmates. When I ran for LSG, I committed myself to serving the entire batch and the entirety of the UP Law community as a whole, and not only the affiliated portions of the population. Committing yourselves to making Malcolm not only a safe space, but a space that fosters improvement and growth throughout its members. Because of this, the initiatives I can assure that we have are open and are catered to all. They do not favor any certain group or a certain group of people, and that these responses and these projects are ones that actually respond to the needs of the general population. I think it's being rooted in the same foundation that we are all UP Law students before we are anything else, and that these needs are shared among us, and these concerns are concerns that require our collective action. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, let us hear from candidate Chan.
So I'll address them consecutively. First, on safe spaces, I would just like to personally apologize to people who have not felt safe given the incidents. However, with these, we'd like to especially provide a system wherein we are able to directly report such incidents. If there are indeed such incidents, I can guarantee you that you can directly raise it to me or any of my fellow LSG members, and rest assured we will take direct action for this. Second, with regard to sexual harassment claims, I do not tolerate any form of sexual harassment. And indeed, if these sexual harassment claims were to be proven, I will not recuse myself, but instead I will take direct action against these persons. On absenteeism, two things. If you're absent in class, baka magaling ka lang talaga. But if you're an absentee in LSG, that is one thing that we need to take action from, because your main duty is to your constituents, and that's one thing we should not tolerate. Next, on the rowdy undergrad people, no, I personally say that I regularly visit Econ and SFAB to eat, no, so I think we should not outright ban them on campus, but at the same time, as our professors repeatedly say, this is a professional institution and we must employ strict measures to be able to prevent these things, no, and I think that the LSG should also be proactive in creating systems that would prevent these. Next, on supports, on the system, on why there are lots of Greek orgs that are running, I think I actually have a solution or like an answer to that, and I'd say it is the support system. So I can compare the support system to what I have as a PLJ editorial assistant. I think that that's a similar system that the LSG can employ, specifically for its core of volunteers, that we are able to create a group of leaders that could succeed in key LSG positions because they have already proven their volunteerism and they have already proven their expertise. So that's one thing I believe that the LSG should cultivate and improve on campus. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And that would be our last candidate answering this question. So now we have a question from our audience, and we will be giving the candidate who will answer the question 1 minute to answer. So please come forward. If it's addressed to everyone, we'll be giving you 30 seconds.
So hi, my question is for candidate Dumandan. So earlier, when asked about your pub qualifications, you mentioned you did layout designing for PALS and SIPAC. However, as pub chair and someone closely affiliated to the org during your term, I am sure that there was no instance of you doing layout design beyond inputting templates we made for your committee. So my question is, do you have actual pub experience during undergrad? Because what you said earlier is akin to credit grabbing. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. As someone who's in the same organization in undergrad, I had also assisted during my term when it comes to the layouts of the pubs. When there was, even though my committee was mainly led the spearheading of statements and captions when it comes to all the postings of the organization, we did keep close coordination with the communications committee at the time, the two co-directors at the time. So we ensured that we also had a hand when it comes to assisting in the making sure the pubs were timely in terms of their design, their design and layout. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. No more questions from the audience. We will now proceed again to the questions from the ballot box. So
Let's allow him a follow-up, 30 seconds.
okay, we will allow the audience follow up, and then he will be candidate Dumandan will be given 30 seconds to answer only.
Sorry, follow-up question lang. What you said earlier, I don't think was akin to layout designing. It was more of coordinating with the pub committee. So what you only inputted there was more of content for the pubs rather than designing. So just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Response.
30 seconds.
So yeah, when it comes to coordinating with the pubs committee, mainly they were the ones who mainly drafted, and we really coordinated when it came to the layout and everything to make sure that it's accurate to the statements that we are releasing. But other than that, I had also made sure and personally coordinated with the directors at the time when it comes to ensuring that the layouts and personally they had also taught me as well how to.
Thank you. Okay, we will now be proceeding to the questions from the ballot box again. So to reiterate, the questions from the ballot box were not altered nor were they filtered. So for the next few questions, it is directed to just one or two candidates. You will be given 30 seconds. Again, 30 seconds to answer the question. After asking the question, the paper will be given to you, but you have to return it later on. Okay, again, 30 seconds. First question addressed to candidate Paulo Makasait. How will you improve the bond of the batch and the different blocks? Do you have any concrete plans or projects? 30 seconds.
Okay, thank you for that question. So that question goes right directly into my platform. So my platform, first, that increases student involvement is a senior committee, wherein volunteers from different blocks are helping each other in order to spearhead batch projects. This will include different projects that we will face throughout the year. Second is the 2026 Games, a casual sports and wellness league for the batch. Third is the in-person bonding activities such as batch parties and game nights online. And
Thank you. Okay, next question directed to candidate Coruña. Again, 30 seconds. Despite saying that you fulfilled your promises when you ran as LSG secretary, your term has proven to be lackluster in fulfilling student needs. Mainly, the lack of constant and sufficient water supply in Malcolm is still apparent. 30 seconds.
Alright, so to provide context for everyone, the water is actually being supplied now by the Office of the Dean. But yes, we understand that water is one of the basic services here in Malcolm. So this is what we do in order to stay ahead of this. I am in constant communication with the head of maintenance, Sir Jim, in order to tell him specifically whenever there's no water anymore in Malcolm. However, it is still up to the administration to refill the water bottles. So we're trying to be proactive.
Thank you. Next, still directed to candidate Coruña. You mentioned she will sit ex officio for UP Fair. However, that is usually during midterms. How will you handle this? Again, 30 seconds.
Right. Thank you. To clarify, I mentioned a while ago that I will sit ex officio as law rep to the USC, not specifically as a member or a core leader for UP Fair. But I understand that yes, it might coincide still with midterm season. However, I understand my priorities and I will prioritize the student body. So this goes back to my answer a while ago of being sure that we are heard in terms of scheduling for UP Fair. Thank you.
Thank you. The next question is directed to candidate Argana. There are at least 5 of you from your affiliation vying for a position in the LSG for the upcoming academic year based on the COCs publicized by Elecom. How, if any, do you think your dominance in numbers might affect the mandate and functions of the LSG as an impartial body should all of you be elected? Again, 30 seconds.
Thank you very much. So to restate, we are from the Alpha Phi Beta fraternity. And yes, we do understand that there are 5 of us currently vying for a position in the law student government. Well, like a while ago, I cannot state for the rest of our brothers, but all of us still, I believe, ran with the intention to serve the student body genuinely. And it just so happens that we were bonded by this brotherhood. But as IVP, of course, we will keep everyone in check and we will hold anyone accountable, even our brothers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next question is addressed to candidate Chan. You have not provided any JPOA during your RTR campaign. Do you have concrete steps for the plans you're proposing? 30 seconds.
Thank you for that question. So actually, I have actually provided, like, what do you call that? Yung nakalaminate na form, no? That's actively being provided for during my campaigns. I think lang nung first RTR ko, hindi ko siya nabigay kasi wala pang Elecom approval and I don't want that 1,000 to be forfeit. So like, yeah, kaya wala pa siya. But as all my plans and all my platforms are actively provided for in my Facebook page, which I've also included in my campaigns. And yeah, yun lang. Ayoko na ma-penalty. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Next question is directed to candidate Argana. Rate the performance of your fellow candidates who currently hold positions in the LSG, including yourself during their incumbency. Follow the UP grading system, i.e., 1 is the highest and 5 is the lowest. Again,
Since this is a fairly long question kasi marami kayo, let's give it 60 seconds.
60 seconds.
Thank you very much. So for the first grading, which is for myself, I'll perhaps convert the 8 out of 10 that I gave myself a while ago to the UP grading system that would convert like 1.5, 1.75, around those numbers. And I still stand by the same rationale as before. Now, we'll go one by one, starting with my fellow LSG officer here, future EVP Escueta. I'd give him also a 1.5. I've seen his dedication during the conflicts of law and do admire how he was able to step up and rise to the needs despite the logistical considerations, which was in Alabang. For Secretary Coruña, also around a 1.5, and this is because as Secretary, she was able to handle the Committee on BSC very well. And more than that, of course, she's been able to lead by example within the entire LSG. And for Cami, the second year batch rep, also around the same numbers for their dedication despite.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next question is directed to candidate Chan. What are your motivations for running as batch representative when it does not seem that you have volunteered for any initiatives in UP Law such as ADAPT, BOC, etc. Again, we go back to 30 seconds.
Thank you for that question. So first, let me address volunteerism. I do believe that on the aspects of what you want to volunteer, this should be what you are genuinely passionate about and what you want to do. So among the aspects that I've joined, for example, I'm actually an editorial assistant under the same board as Andy. And among those, I really do believe that you should volunteer for things that you're passionate about. And to add to that as well, why did I want to join? I know what the issues of the campus are. I know what are the things we could improve. And I do think that if we know something is wrong, we should take the proactive step and really just do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, directed to candidate Escueta. Why do we need another sporting event if we have conflicts already? Why use limited resources of partnership sponsorships to a redundant event? Don't you think the UP Law community needs those funds for much more important daily needs like water, renovations of facilities, etc.? Where does these lie in your priorities? Again, 30 seconds.
First and foremost, I don't think Courts of Law is a redundant event. I think it's a perfect opportunity for students to be able to connect with each other outside of the classroom. It's also a perfect opportunity for us to make sure our sports teams are better able to represent us at Conflicts of Law, where we did make a good showing, but we could be even better. We could become champions this year, hopefully. In terms of funding, some of the examples stated, water and renovations, most of them are handled by the Office of the Dean or other administration.
Thank you. Very quickly, I would like to address Candidate Chan mentioning Beam by name. While I can attest that Candidate Chan is an editorial assistant of the Philippine Law Journal, I would like to just make it very clear that the UP Law Electoral Commission is impartial and independent, and I do not take lightly to being mentioned, especially by name, when this is an event where I am the chairperson. And also, so is the Philippine Law Journal. Thank you.
Thank you. Going back to the questions. The next question, again 30 seconds, is directed to candidate Judan and candidate Chan. As batch representatives, it's important to have good relations with the batch. The best way to start is with your block. On a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate your relationship with your block? Take into consideration the instances, parentheses if there are, where you came off as insensitive or dismissive to your blockmates. We can start with candidate Judan.
Thank you for the question. I think I would still rate my relationship with my block as a 10. As a block representative, I've been open to all my blockmates. I maintain good relations with all of them. So, and I'm open to receiving feedback from them of any kind with respect to ACADS or otherwise. So, yeah, I think I would still keep it at a 10. Thank you.
Thank you. Candidate Chan.
Using the grading system of UP, I'd give myself a 125. Kasi first, I'd like to apologize if I do come out as dismissive sometimes. I mean, tawa ako, nasa stress ako, talagang minsan baka may RBF lang ako. And second that, I think we really have a jovial block that we're really able to hang out with each other and like talk to each other. For example, just a few days back, dung Cherry, like a lot of us were here, like a lot. Tapos also for Magaliona, my teammates were also my blockmates, so I can really say we have a good relationship. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. The next questions are general questions, unfortunately. So we will give you 30 seconds each to answer the question. So the first general question is, since the elections are near, who are your senatorial bets? Senatorial bets. Okay, 30 seconds. We begin with the candidate for Iloilo Day Representative, Magpayo, in Zoom.
Yeah, actually, I will make this short. That I'm surely voting for the 11 candidates being filed by Makabayan Block, the whole Makabayan Block slate. And at the same time, just to complete the slate, I might also include Kiko Pangilinan. And I am voting for the Makabayan Block because they purely reflects my own principles and values as a person at kung ano yung mga ipinaglalaban ko sa bayan. They purely reflect na kailangan natin sila to address yung mga socio-economic needs, especially ng mga Pilipino na nasa laylayan. Hindi natin kailangan ng mga politikong elite na dati ng trapo at we don't need any political dynasties back in the Senate. Yan lang. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, candidate Chan.
Fortunately, wala akong full listahan. Pag bumoto kasi ako, like, kumukuha nung, alam mo yung parang nakalagay doon talaga lahat ng candidates. So I don't memorize all the candidates, but from what I remember off the top of my head, Kiko Pangilinan, Bam Aquino, Liza Maza, and also si Ping Lacson, I do believe that you should be proactive as a candidate, and at the same time, like, you should not be willing to voice, you should not be adverse to voicing out dissenting opinion. And I think that's important in an election, that we're able to field a well-rounded group of candidates so we can really express the views of the nation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, candidate Judan.
Similar to candidate Chan, I'll be transparent in saying that I don't have a full 12-person slate, but the names that I will mention, Ping Lacson, Liza Daza, Luke Espiritu, Leonido Guzman, are people that I believe reflect the same values and principles I have, as well as in prioritizing social involvement in the nation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, candidate Makasait.
Again, thank you for that question. I don't have a 12-person list, but I do support the advocacies of the Makabayan Bloc. I believe they're nationalist, they're scientific, they're mass-oriented, and they're rooted in the needs of the basic sectors of society. I also advocate for Kiko Pangilinan, Bam Aquino, because they've been veteran lawmakers who have years of experience in championing causes such as free education, among others. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, candidate Dumandan.
Thank you for that. As of the moment, I still don't have a finalized 12-person list, but I will say that I support Bam Aquino, Kiko Pangilinan, Liza Maza, and Luke Espiritu, and the rest of the Makabayan Bloc. I think these people are qualified enough to be the voices of the Filipino people, to hear out their concerns. And I think that they're the balance that is needed when it comes to the Senate. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, candidate Mercado.
Thank you for the question. I too do not have a 12 senator list yet, but how I do. My picks would be for sure Kiko Pangilinan. He's for the farmers. Then Luke Espiritu, especially when it comes to human rights and labor. And lastly, my favorite, Bam Aquino, because of his approach to education and economics. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, candidate Matias.
Thank you. I also don't have a full list right now, but my working list consists of Kiko, Heidi, Luke, and Bam. And the way that I would fill up this list is similar to my platform, ADM. These people should be accountable, driven, and makabago. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, candidate Quaresma.
So I would personally vote for the slate of Bam and Kiko. And apart from this, I also do like Heidi Mendoza, Luke Espiritu, all of the other candidates that they've also mentioned, because I do truly believe in the social issues that they forward, such as education, food, agriculture, human rights. These are really some of the things that I personally subscribe to as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, candidate Escueta.
You know, when you look through the list of senatorial candidates, it's really easy to get disillusioned with politics. But I am heartened at least that I can pick out at least some candidates who really uphold the values that I want to uphold as well. So Bam Aquino and Kiko Pangilinan are gifted legislators with good history. Caliotti and Luke Espiritu are good members of the working class who can represent their interests in the Senate and process as an advocate for women.
Thank you. Next, candidate Organa.
Thank you very much. I also hope to fill in the 12 slots, as we do not want those not aligned with their values to be elected to Senate. But for now, we have 4, namely Senator Kiko Pangilinan, Senator Bam Aquino for their proven track record. We also have Attorney Luke Espiritu for the advocacies that he pushes for. And 4th one would be Attorney Sonny Matula of the Freedom Federation of the Philippines, very much for labor. So at this point, I'd like to encourage everyone to vote wisely on Monday. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, candidate Coruña.
Yes, thank you. On Monday, I will be voting also for the Makabayan Bloc for the senators, but specifically, I want to highlight my support for Pangilinan, specifically for food security and agriculture, and then Bam Aquino, of course, for education, accessible to all, and for Luke Espiritu for labor specifically. This is echoing the call also that these people are the ones whose platforms truly serve the Filipino nation. Thank you.
Thank you. The next Apologies for that. The next question is also a general question again. Is parking a student right? 30 seconds to answer. We begin with candidate Coruña.
Alright, we believe that parking does actually fall under the basic services that LSG should be able to answer for, specifically when it is hindered by the administration. So specifically under my term, they tried to close off the parking next to Bukova, and we did write a letter and we requested to the dean that this be accommodated, specifically because it turns into a security issue, and we want to keep the students safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is candidate Magpayo in Zoom.
I do believe na yung parking dapat equitable siya. So dapat there should be parking spaces for students and of course for the teachers and faculty and staff and all. But ultimately, I believe more that we should not be compromising free spaces for the students to accommodate private vehicles. We should be more prioritizing students na do not really have that access the same as a better well of students. So yeah, more open spaces for students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, candidate Argana.
Thank you very much. I believe at this point it also sets out to become a student right, especially since it forms part of our spaces within the UP law community. And as much as we are also an advocate, a stronger advocate for better public transportation systems, at the current period, of course, we are forced to resort to these modes of transportation, particularly private vehicles, because we do not have these systems at the moment. But these should be worked with for other allocations of student spaces, not just for private vehicles.
Thank you. Next, candidate Escueta.
I might be a bit biased because I own a car and I do park outside the UP College of Law. But I also represent the interests of the entirety of the student body, and that requires a balanced approach to the issue of parking spaces. The fact is, I completely agree that the College of Law and UP as a whole actually needs to be a campus space with good urban planning that allows for both people with cars, people without cars, people who walk, people who use public transport to be able to come.
Thank you. Next, candidate Quaresma.
So, also a driver, just for context, but just since this is a particular student concern, and as the candidate for president also mentioned, it's also a safety concern. We also have to accommodate the needs of our students, whether or not it is the right. It is the concern of our students that we really need to provide solutions for and make sure that there are adequate spaces, especially when there are safety issues that arise from this.
Thank you. Candidate Matias.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, parking is a student right. However, there should be initiatives to promote safe public transport to also alleviate the traffic in UP. Thank you.
Thank you, candidate Mercado.
Thank you for the question. Like driving, I believe parking is a privilege because we have a responsibility to be safe, to park properly, and to balance the interests of everyone in the community. After all, not everyone has a car and not everyone can drive. So given that there is a limited space in the UP community, we need to balance the interests of everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, candidate Dumandan.
Thank you for that. Parking is a student right, particularly for those who own cars, yes, and Malcolm, especially since we have a lot of people who own cars. But we also have to consider every other student who don't have cars at the moment. So we need to consider this in the planning, the urban planning, especially in the congested traffic of the campus. So we need to know why this happens and how we can promote the urban planning to be a better safe space. And most of all, students have the right to be informed about
Thank you. Next is candidate Makasait.
Yes, I agree. Parking is a right, but as we learned in Oblicon, rights have correlative obligations. And as such, we must ensure that the exercise of such rights does not hinder other people from exercising theirs. I believe this is symptomatic of a growing lack of the growing lack of parking is significant of a growing transportation problem, and as such, we as a UP law community must push for better transportation system so that people wouldn't need cars anymore. Thank you.
Next, candidate Judan.
I'm also of the opinion that parking is a student right, precisely because it is it shares interests of the student community over a shared resource. But it shouldn't be limited to that. I think it should be what should be given more focus rather is the rights to transportation and accessibility to the campus, such that not only those with cars are taken into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, candidate Chan.
Yes, as a driver myself, parking is a right. However, I think the more important aspect here is the fact that minsan mabubulaga ka na lang 8 a.m. pa lang wala ng parking. And I think that's symptomatic of the fact that the admin has to be more proactive in informing us for campus events because mahirap naman yun, malilate ka na sa klase, wala ka pang parking. And I do think that that's one thing the LSG should push for, no, greater enhanced coordination with the admin so that hindi tayo nabubulaga sa event and hindi na lang sinasakop yung mga student spaces. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have 5 more questions in my hand. I'm going to say who they're addressed to. I have 2 questions for candidate Coruña, 1 question for candidate Quaresma, 1 question for candidate Mercado, and 1 question for candidate Argana. Okay, so the reason I'm taking the mic is because we have reached the point where none of us like, which are the difficult questions. So again, just quick stakeholder management. The ELECOM has been very clear that we are not going to filter questions, and we have also been very clear that we are not going to turn off the stream. So regardless of any interests that I or any ELECOM members may have in these questions, they will be asked in their entirety. And yeah, in order to maintain the integrity and independence of the commission. Thank you. So, okay, you know what? Because these are difficult questions, I'll ask them. You get 90 seconds each. The IVP candidate Argana, you misrepresented the honesty rating of the Evening Honesty Store during your term. You posted that the honesty rating was 100% despite discrepancies in the funds. No transparency report either. Why should we vote for you despite your dishonesty? 90 seconds.
Thank you very much. So to clarify, the 100% honesty rating was arrived at by comparing the capital that we outlaid for the honesty store, as well as the income that was derived from the sale of the products. And actually, they do represent 100% return and 100% profit. And that shows that the students who got the items, we cross-checked as well, which ones were deducted from the current setup, and they matched the amount that we were able to collect in cash and in GCash. Now, we do apologize if there was a lacking, or there's a sentiment for more transparency with regard to just the evening store alone. That is something that we could further address moving forward. And again, that commitment hopefully shines in the LSG as well as we vie for the position of IVP. We acknowledge the shortcomings, but also try to address the issues as they are. We provide clarity and transparency and commit ourselves to do better at all times because after all, the student body is the one who should be benefiting from these projects. So at this point, I'd also like to take the opportunity to thank everyone for supporting the Evening Honesty Store, for being honest, and for just raising these questions that need.
Thank you, candidate Argana. For candidate Mercado for treasurer, you mentioned that you served as BOC's treasurer. Is it true that BOC is not in good financial condition after your term? What specific income-generating projects are you planning for the LSG? I think it's probably better to answer the first one, since you've addressed the second one, I believe. So regarding the financial condition of the BOC.
Yes, thank you for the question. So if whether or not the BOC was left in a good condition, at the beginning of the term actually, me and the commissioner agreed upon a seed money minimum requirement for us to leave what we thought for the BOC was to be able to be in a good condition or to operate fairly. So yes, at the end of my term, we met that seed money requirement. Whether or not it's still in good condition depends upon, of course, the projects of the BOC and what they plan to continue. Now, on average naman, the money that we left with BOC is normally what the BOC has talaga. So in terms of the expenses that we had during the BOC, it all went to the candidates. And we tried to improve our services. So yeah, yun, we met the seed money requirement. Everything's okay naman. Thank you.
Thank you, Candidate Mercado. To Candidate Quaresma, how can you ensure that you will not be complacent in the performance of your duties, given that you have protection in the Law Student Tribunal? 90 seconds.
When it comes to this, sorry, the question was complacent.
I'll repeat the question and we can repeat
Sorry,
the timer.
thank
How can you ensure that you will not be complacent in the performance of your duties, given that you have protection in the Law Student Tribunal? 90 seconds.
First of all, I would just like to say that I do not particularly have any protection from the Student Tribunal. There's no official protection per se. Although I do have friends in the tribunal, I've been able to meet most of them during our term as the LSG. If I were to be elected as the LSG, my mandate is to all of you. I will always stand accountable in everything that I do. I have plans in place so that you guys can be able to really evaluate my work. And we always have to remain accountable to all of that. So yes, as your next LSG secretary, I will remain accountable to all of you and answer your needs when it arises. Thank you.
Thank you, Candidate Quaresma. The last two questions are for Candidate Coruña. Again, I want to stress these are personal questions, so we're going to, but I'm looking you in the eye when I say them. So, okay. What can you say about the Sigma Rho members who support you, knowing fully well that you cheated on their Grand Archon? 90 seconds.
I would just like to preface this by saying, for context, my boyfriend is a member of the Sigma Rho fraternity. However, I vehemently deny any allegations that I cheated on him. We have been together since undergrad. To give everyone a context, I guess, on my love life, but we have been together since undergrad. We met in philosophy. We met through Zoom, and ever since then, even though, to be transparent to everyone, there was a point actually where we did find our separate ways. We got back together, and we are still together right now, strongly. In terms of the Sigma Rho members who are supporting me, I believe that they are supporting me out of their own belief in my capacity to serve and in my heart of service. So while I cannot speak for them, all of them specifically, I can, again, go back to the first question and deny that I ever cheated on my boyfriend. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Coruña. And your final question, candidate for President Kyla Coruña. There are rumors of an ongoing feud between Sigma Rho and Alpha Phi Beta. As president, how will you resolve this if it begins to affect student safety?
All right, so if ever this, sorry, my time.
Sorry, yes, Ms. Coruña, please pause. Please reset the timer and give her the full 90. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, so in order to address this first, I want to say that I strongly condemn any form of frat-related violence. So should it come to a point where there is altercations between any fraternities, not only between the Sigma Rho or the APB, I will fully participate in what is mandated by our code in how to answer these problems. We will hold people accountable. We will ensure that everyone is safe. We will ensure that everyone is listened to. And also, we will ensure that the proper measures are taken in order to hold these people accountable. So how will I do this? We will ensure that the procedures are followed. So if ever that this comes down to an investigation, I can assure you of my word that we will be fully cooperative in anything that they ask of us, in any form or manner that they will require the LSG to be present and to move inside the college. We will mandate this because we truly believe in safe spaces. This does not come from, this should not be clouded by any affiliations to anyone. We firmly attest to the safety being for all UP students. Thank you.
And so ends our free-for-all question round. Thank you to all the candidates. At this point, I said in my opening remarks that I was supposed to give the closing remarks, and the opening remarks were supposed to be by Dean Berberabe. Luckily, we do have her later. So allow me to give a very brief closing statement, which is that I want to thank all of the candidates. It's not easy to go up on the stage and talk for 4 hours, especially about being questioned about your credentials. So thank you again, and thank you to all the members of the audience here. And most importantly, thank you to my 14 co-commissioners for making my last year in the Elecom a very, very pleasant one. You guys work very tirelessly, and ayun, I am very grateful to be led by you. So thank you. And now I'm going to turn this over to Commissioner Macaraig for the closing spiels.
Thank you once again, everyone. Now, to close the event, the LSG candidates will be given an opportunity for their closing spiel, for which they each have 1 minute to deliver. Please deliver your closing spiel on stage in your seats. So again, no need to go to the podium. We begin with candidate for Iloilo representative, candidate Magpayo.
I have already relayed my platforms to the UP Law Iloilo community, so I'll just use this platform I have right now to highlight the challenges that UP Law Iloilo faces right now, because they deserve to be on the agenda or the platforms of every candidate running for the LSG. For example, right now, in UP Law Iloilo, nangihiram lang kami ng tables and chairs. We don't have our own rooms, and kung meron mang pinapahiram na room is hinihintay pa namin kung available. When we use our law commons, walang blackboard, walang chalkboard to even use. Tapos, nag-share lang kami sa tatlong long tables. No? And we rarely meet our professors during intensives. Kaya, I encourage the whole UP Law Iloilo community to take part in the challenges na pinagdadaanan din ng UP Law Iloilo. Kaya, let's make it rain in Iloilo. When it rains, it pours pag-asa, pagkilos, at tunay na laban with rain. Thank you.
Thank you. Next are the candidates for third-year batch representative. We begin with candidate Judan.
Muli, magandang gabi, UP Law. Maraming salamat para sa inyong oras at pagtitiwala. Goods pa ba kayo dyan? Goods na goods kay Judes Judan. If I were to be elected as the third-year batch representative, I cannot promise at all times to have all the answers that you need. But I can promise to listen, to act, and to represent not just the loudest voices, but every voice. Good sa alaga, good sa serbisyo, at good sa akads. Ang all goods na agenda ay naniniguradong hindi lang tayo uunlad at uusad ng sabay-sabay pero ng sama-sama. Muli, maraming salamat. Ako si Jujudan, tumatabong third-year batch representative para sa at naniniguradong all goods kay Judes. Maraming salamat.
Thank you. Next is candidate Chan.
First and foremost, thank you everyone for attending the Convox. No? I know medyo gabi na ngayon and may marami on deck, ako on deck pa personally bukas sa Reset. So really thankful for everyone for joining. And secondly, I'd like to thank my campaign team, si Sam, si Raf, and si Pao for helping me out and really making my campaign possible. For everyone who has really helped me out, I really do thank you from the bottom of my heart. To the classes who has accommodated me for RTRs, thank you so much for also dedicating the time to really being able to listen to my platform. Ultimately, I ran because I want to make a change in the campus. And what's the better way for us to make that change than to be the change ourselves? So yeah, we want to create a campus where we are proactive in really addressing student needs, and that we also want to be able to leave a mark on this campus. Sa incoming destinations project natin as a batch, let us work together to really give the best opportunities for our campus. Thank you so much everyone, and magandang gabi. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is the candidate for fourth-year batch representative Makasait.
Again, thank you again to the Alecom and to everyone who was here today, specifically to my constituents, the senior batch. I just wanted to say thank you first to my campaign team and to all the members of my volunteer corps who are here today. I really appreciate all of you being here. Shout out to my campaign manager, Hi King. Senior year is a year of contradictions. On one hand, we're excited to be graduating after a grueling stay in law school. On the other, we're anxiously anticipating the upcoming bar examinations. I believe that through the platforms I've set and the projects we will build, we will make our senior year the best year yet. My platforms are crafted to ensure collaborative student leadership through SET, Student Services, Engagement, Transparency, and Accountability. Again, I am Paolo Mangasaet from Block 3GI, your senior batch representative, and together we will be all set for the upcoming school year. Thank you so much again for coming and listening. Please don't forget to vote on May 15 and 16. Thank you so much again, everyone.
Thank you. Next is the candidate for Public Relations Officer, Dumandan.
I'd like to thank everyone who attended here today. I know we're all tired, but thank you for having the opportunity to share what I can bring to you as your next public relations officer. And I'd like to thank my block as well, my campaign block, who wholeheartedly believe in my skills and that I have what it takes to be an next PRO. One of two, hi. So this campaign is not just about vying for a position, but it's striving for a communication that is responsive, clear, and forward planned, and safe and inclusive. We need to ensure that students feel updated, they are informed, and they feel safe and informed with everything that involves our community, with everything that involves UP Law. That's why we need to have platforms that are pro-student, proactive, and professional. And once again, this is your next PRO. I am JM Dumandan. I promise to be here, and I promise to work hard. I'm going to show up, of course, so you can get things done with JM Dumandan. Thank you.
Thank you. Next are the candidates for Treasurer, Candidate Matias and Candidate Mercado. We begin with Candidate Matias.
Thank you. First of all, thank you everyone for being here and allowing me the chance to speak to you about my campaign, about my platforms, and everything that I want to do for the LSG as the LSG Treasurer. What matters today is that there should be transparency and trust. And what you need is a guy who doesn't just know the numbers. What you need is a guy who's actually working with them in the real world. And I am a CPA with real working public experience in public service. And what I bring to the table is that integrity, that care, and that professionalism to the LSG. Together, let's make an LSG that is accountable, driven, and makabago. Once again, I'm Herman, his man, your man, our man, running for LSG Treasurer. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Candidate Mercado.
Thank you. First and foremost, I would like to thank the LECOM for conducting this campaign period and for organizing these convocations to get to know very deeply about the candidates and our platforms. Second, I would like to thank my campaign team, specifically to my twin brother RD, my OCM, Chessie, to Kian, and to everyone else who's part of my campaign team. It's not easy to launch a campaign, especially as a student, and without them, I wouldn't have anything. So I look forward to paying them back with my service to all of you. And lastly, I implore all of you to exercise your right to vote on May 15 and 16. Choose the leaders that you want to be represented by, who are competent and whose platforms that you want to push through. Again, I'm Freddy Mercado, running to be your next LSG Treasurer, and I look forward to serving all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is the candidate for Secretary, Candidate Quaresma.
So first of all, I'd like to thank the LECOM for giving us candidates the time tonight to show you guys what we're capable of and what we can do as your next LSG. But most of all, I also want to thank my campaign team, most especially my campaign manager, Shanina Roncal, to whom I would not be able to be here today, truly. So I just wanted to say that throughout my stay here, I've always admired the UP Law community because isipin nyo, gusto natin maging abogado and we have to go through all of the challenges aside from that we face every day. And as a student leader, I've always made sure that we make these academic journeys much easier for our constituents by providing not just basic student services, but I've learned tonight that it goes far beyond that as well. And through my campaign, we really want to be able to connect, assess, maintain, and inform. So I hope throughout the night I've shown you why I should be your next LSG Secretary. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is the candidate for External Vice President, Candidate Escueta.
Good evening, UP Law. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone who's here, everyone here in front of us, everyone watching at home or elsewhere, everyone who asked questions. Pushing us candidates is what makes us better servants, what makes us better student leaders. So thank you so much for engaging in this process. Thank you to Elecom for organizing this event and allowing us candidates to showcase our platforms and our views. And most of all, I'd love to thank my campaign team, Kylie, Renee, Gary, Pau, among others. All of you have been so helpful, and you're the only reason I have the ability to be up here right now. No, so please remember that if you want an LSG, that S strengthens student unity, A amplifies collaboration, and M maximizes partnerships. Vote SAM Sam Escueta for your next EVP. Please exercise your right to vote both on May 12 and on May 15 and 16. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is the candidate for Internal Vice President, Candidate Argana.
Thank you very much. Allow me to begin still with messages of gratitude. First, to everyone who is here with us today, be it on-site or online, for listening to the platforms that we presented, for asking us the questions, as hard as they may be, to further scrutinize our intentions, our real intentions for the student body. And I hope that we were able to do just that. I'd also like to thank the Elecom, of course, for organizing the event. And I'd like to add that I also laud our fellow candidates for their dedication despite all the despites throughout the season, and for answering all the questions that were given to us today. And it is my best hope that in the upcoming school year, LSG or not, we will be able to give the student body the service that they deserve, the service that they need. And once again, as IVP, simple lang, I, integrated, V, value-driven and value-adding, and P, personal. Dahil ang sistemang gumagana, sigurado kay Argana. Maraming salamat, UP Law.
Thank you. Finally, we have the candidate for President, Candidate Coruña.
Right, so thank you so much, UP Law, for giving me the opportunity to speak with you all tonight. More about my platforms, more about myself. But honestly, the overflowing gratitude is going to come from you trusting me a year ago as your LSG secretary. It has been a true honor and privilege to serve as your secretary, and I would like nothing more than to have the chance to serve you again, this time as your LSG president. And truly, I believe everything that I've learned as secretary and everything that I will learn if elected as your president will make us a better UP Law. A UP Law that is not only connected, it's connected. Connected sa LSG, connected sa isa't isa, connected sa admin, and connected sa outside world. Kaya tandaan on May 15 and May 16, si Kyla Coruña ang UP LSG president niyo. Thank you so much.
Thank you, candidates. To formally close the event, let's hear a short video from the esteemed head of the UP College of Law, Dean Darlene Marie Berberabe.
Good evening, Chair Andy Holandes Menchas, esteemed members of the Electoral Commission, our student body, members of the faculty, and distinguished guests. Today marks more than the formal commencement of an electoral process within the UP College of Law. It marks the continued renewal of our commitment to democratic values, integrity in leadership, and the shaping of a legal community that leads by example. The UP College of Law Electoral Commission plays a powerful role by ensuring that our student elections are conducted with fairness, transparency, and credibility. You safeguard the integrity of representation in our institution. You remind us that law is not just taught in the classroom, but practiced in how we govern ourselves, even here within the walls of Malcolm Hall. As we look toward the upcoming national elections, it is crucial to recognize that what we do in UP Law mirrors what we hope to see in the nation: peaceful, principled, and participatory elections, animated not by personality but by ideas, values, and service. A working and effective ELECOM teaches us that democratic institutions are only as strong as those who run and respect them. It teaches us that even in a microcosm like ours, The rule of law must be lived, not merely studied. When our student leaders are elected through due process, when the leaders we elect reflect our values as a student body of UP Law, when our rules are enforced consistently, and when our community participates meaningfully, we show the rest of the world how democracy is part of our culture. Let this electoral exercise remind us all that democracy is an act of trust in institutions, in voters, and in each other. And let us not forget that as UP Law students, future public servants, lawyers, judges, and policymakers, how we conduct ourselves here becomes a template for how we will shape the country tomorrow. To our Electoral Commission, thank you for your vigilance. To our student body, may your participation today be an act of both leadership and responsible citizenship. And to our candidates, thank you for offering yourselves to be leaders. If you win, may you serve with honor and excellence. Mabuhay ang halalang may dangal.
Thank you, Dean. Again, if you were not able to catch the start of the program, this convocation is available on our YouTube channel. For our candidates, please take note that the campaign ban is on May 14. Again, campaign ban May 14. And then the election proper is on May 15 and 16. Simply go to halalan.up.edu.ph and sign up using your UP Mail to vote. With that, we end our convocation for the general election for the academic year 2025-2026. Thank you to our candidates and thank you to everyone who joined us today. Good evening.